Saying God is good. Yes, He will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Them say that I can never be yours. I've seen that. God is richer than that. I will come back to the Lord. Nobody can take this mind alone. So many years, so many ways, I have said His faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah, congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for me, and I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Oh, congratulations, still with the Lord is on the way. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Let's have our seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The president of the college, the rector of the college, that's the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Nana Chair, chairman of the governing council of the college, that's Nana Odemehun Kwafu Akutu II, the president of the Ghana Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, the examiners of the college, fellows, members of the college, invited guests, friends of the college, I warmly welcome you to today's event. My name is Sayram, I'm a pharmacist, and now I'll be hosting today's event with my co-MC. So to start off the program, we'd like to take the opening prayer, and my co-MC will be taking the opening prayer.
Shall we please be on our feet as we call on the Reverend Thomas Ediku to take the opening prayer?
Thank you very much. Please shall we pray? Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your path. Almighty and everlasting Father, we thank you so much. Blessed be your name. We thank you for the peace in this nation and the peace in the city. Thank you for this august gathering. As we gather to go through these processes, we ask that, Lord, you chair it, watch over us, brood over us, and help us to come to a successful end. We give you praise, we give you all the glory. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Shall we please be seated? The next in line is introduction of the chairman. I humbly want to invite Adino Kwafakutu, a very hardworking and skillful, versatile leader. He has a rich experience in health service administration. Punctuality is a trademark you can't take away from Ghana. And he's successfully been nominated as the second chairman of the governing council, which is unprecedented. Ladies and gentlemen, with my single honor, I would like to invite Odemo Akutu for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. President of the college, Farm Joseph Ajo Nsia Nyongwe, Director, Farm Yvonne Drinchua Isiku, members of the Governing Council, members of the Academic Board, heads of agencies here present, fellows and preceptors of the college, members of the college, graduating class, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this year's AGM. We were unable to meet last year due to circumstances beyond our control. But after the break, we once again have the opportunity to meet. Receive reports of all that have happened since we last met. Infection prevention and control measures, staying healthy, and getting treated if we test positive for the virus. This means we have to make sure we get tested once we believe we have been exposed. When we do this, we will live our lives close to normal, even if COVID-19 remains with us forever, which we pray to God is not going to be. It will definitely go away. This AGM is particularly important because it is taking place as we celebrate 10 years of an institution. And the theme we seek to discuss this year is improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training. Improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training. This is very important when we look both at our current situation with not only COVID-19, but also with other health emergencies such as monkeypox. Again, considering the double disease burden of infections and non-communicable disease, it is important that we assess how the training of specialty pharmacists will improve access to quality health services. We also have a cohort of pharmacists who have gone through and met all the requirements of the college in order to be admitted as members of the college. Today, we will celebrate them as they take a step into this group of professionals. And we will ask of them the commitment that is needed, not only to practice as specialist pharmacists, but also to contribute to improve access to quality health services with their practice. For the first time, we are also having a scientific conference as part of our AGM. We will share knowledge with expectations of improving practice and improving access to quality health services. So, we have a lot to do today. We will not take 1 minute longer than we should, I therefore urge all of you to participate fully in all the activities that we are going to have today. I know I can depend on you all to play part and contribute to the success of our annual general meeting and scientific conference. On that note, I welcome you all once again and hope that you find this meeting beneficial and enjoyable. Thank you.
You can read better from now. Thank you, Nana Chair. We duly acknowledge your presence with us. Next on the agenda is a message from the rector. Next on the agenda is a message from the rector. I have known Madam Iseku for close to 2 years, and I can see this a position which is an enviable one, and everybody wishes to be there one day. I pray long life for my parents to see me there one day. Mrs. Iseku is a lawyer with a wealth of experience in medical law, ethics, and policy formulation. I was so proud when her celebrated their 10th anniversary and she was duly acknowledged. She was part of the committee that drafted the legislative instrument, the Health Facility Regulatory Agency. With my single honor once again, I want to invite you to Mrs. Yvonne into our segment. Thank you. Please, you can do it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Odinhu Papakoto the third, Omani of Akamu and Chairman of the Governing Council of Ghana College of Pharmacists. President of the College, Pharmacist Joseph Kujo Nsianuabe. Distinguished past and present members of council, Pharmacist Dr. Martha Jansalutrot, our thematic speaker for today, fellows and members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, CEOs of agencies here present or their representatives, President of Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, our venerable preceptors from all our training sites, membership inductees, and family members, our partners in the execution of our mandate, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AGM 2022, which for the first time incorporates a scientific session. Once again, time has come for us to review what has happened since we last met, celebrate our successes, identify how to improve, enjoy one another, and commit to building what has to be done. That time is the annual general meeting. This year, we are adding a scientific session. In addition to our thematic speech and the policy perspectives of our theme, we will, as usual, have our business session. We will also receive presentations from some of our colleagues who will share with us up-to-date information on various aspects of the practice of pharmacy. We also know that some of you may not understand exactly what our faculties and divisions do and the impact we have had over the years. In this regard, we have also set up some posters at the back for you to go through and get to know the college better. We hope that this new knowledge will ginger you up even more to explore more areas of collaboration between us and you. You will recollect that when we met in 2020, it was my first AGM as rector of the college. I informed you then that the governing council and the academic board had given me their unflinching support, and I prayed that the zeal would not wane. I am very happy to inform you today that the zeal has not waned. Indeed, I dare say it has grown even more, and that is why we have so much to celebrate in spite of all the challenges we have faced. Since we'll be having in-depth discussions on our activities during our business sessions, permit me to use this time to give only highlights of what has happened and to say thank you to those who have given the necessary support to get us this far. We have completed all our lectures and assessments for candidates slated for the period under review. We have admitted all candidates who met the set criteria into membership and primaries over the period. We have run short courses in the following categories: asthma managers, handling of chemotherapy medications, and pharmacist vaccinators. We undertook monitoring and evaluation visits to residency sites, Greater Accra, Ashanti, Central, and Northern. We launched the GCP Journal, designed to disseminate scientific knowledge from healthcare professionals. We are conducting the masterclass series, which is aimed at equipping healthcare professionals with the skills to be able to publish their research work. We have actively engaged and participated in all engagements from the ministry and its agencies over the period under review. We have a more vibrant website for our fellows, members, and candidates, as well as the general public, to get relevant information on the college. We are putting together preceptor training sessions for our fellows and preceptors of the college. At the Secretariat, we are continually building the capacity of staff to enable them to contribute to the execution of the mandate of the college. We have completed conditions of service for staff and a strategic plan for the college. We are collaborating with the College of Health Sciences to provide joint qualifications for candidates. Amache, the elders say that when we stand out and when we stand tall, it is because we stand on the shoulders of giants. The Ghana College of Pharmacists has benefited greatly from very committed partners. And with your indulgence, I would like to say thank you to some of these. The Ghana Health Service has supported the training of our public health candidates by incorporating them into the public health teams, both at the head office and at regional and district health directorates. These candidates have obtained great levels of exposure and built their competences in these areas, preparing them to contribute effectively to the public health drive in Ghana. Again, Ghana Health Service, recognizing the role of pharmacists with respect to COVID-19 vaccines and other life-cause vaccines, has collaborated with us in the training of pharmacist vaccinators. As we speak, over 100 pharmacists are training across the country in various Ghana Health Service facilities. These pharmacist vaccinators are going to be incorporated into teams for outreach programs as the need arises. They will also be able to provide these services from approved private community pharmacy facilities. GHS, Ayeko. The teaching hospitals have been phenomenal. They, together with University Hospital KNUST and International Maritime Hospital, have supported the training of membership and fellowship candidates. These pharmacists have been incorporated into the workforce in the hospitals, building their competencies and confidence as they undergo their residency training. This arrangement also allows the pharmacists to contribute their knowledge and skills to improve patient outcomes and support the achievement of the goals of the hospital. Lebu Teaching Hospital, Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Ho Teaching Hospital, Tama General Hospital, KNUST, International Maritime Hospital. Thank you. Nanache, time will not permit me to set out all the contributions the centers are making with respect to the training of our candidates. So I'll just mention a few. The Ministry of Health, Pharmacy Directorate, and Procurement Unit, the FDA, GSA, USP Ghana, Pharmacy Council, Pharmanova, Kinapharma, Pokupharma, Rock Chemists, Unicorn Chemists, Vidoris Pharmaceuticals, Bundy, Lancer, Garrison, Lord K. In fact, the list goes on and on and on. Thank you. I must state, however, that the reason these centers have been such great resources for training of specialist pharmacists is the great preceptors who are on site. These are experienced fellows of the college, pharmacists, and other cadres of healthcare professionals who have set out to give of themselves to the candidates, and they do so brilliantly. They have been the backbone of the successes we have chalked in the training of specialist pharmacists. I will not be able to name them, but I will ask you to help me give them all a hand. Please put your hands together for our preceptors. Thank you. World Child Cancer, PATH, and AstraZeneca have provided enormous support in the training of pharmacists as specialists, as well as providing additional qualifications, such as handlers of oncology medications. The support has been both financial and technical. One special group I cannot leave out is my team of staff at the college. Once targets are set, they rise to the call and do all within their competencies to bring the set targets to fruition. This fantastic group of individuals go above and beyond the call of duty to produce the results that are needed. Please join me to say thank you to them. And I'm sure you will see them in our beautiful cloth today, walking around. Please tell them I said thank you. Nana Chair, as we celebrate our successes and the partners who have made them possible, I would like to shine a light on the candidates who will be admitted as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists today. These are pharmacists who have gone through a great rigor to meet all the stringent requirements for admission as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. They are indeed deserving of the qualification that will be conferred on them today. They have worked hard, and we know that they are going to excel and raise the flag of the college high wherever they find themselves. Congratulations, my dear members to be. So you can see that this is a meeting of celebration, but it's also a meeting of learning. We will receive our thematic speech, from which I believe we will have a lot to learn. We will have the scientific session that will follow this morning's opening ceremony. Scientists will share their work with us, and we'll have the opportunity to engage them and share our perspectives. And we have also given you the opportunity, with respect to our posters, to learn more about the college and what we are doing, and find ways that we can all collaborate together. Tomorrow, God willing, we will have our business session where we will discuss where we are, where we want to get to in the coming years, and how we can get there. We'll be coming back to our partners to discuss further collaboration. So now, let me say once again, welcome to AGM 2022. Let's celebrate, learn together, and grow together. Thank you.
Let's do one more time for the next time. Our next speaker is the immediate past registrar of the Pharmacy Council. If you're a pharmacist here, you know how important that role is. He's also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, a foundation fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, a fellow of the West African College of Pharmacists, and immediate past chairman of the West African Drugs Advisory Committee of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. He served on and chaired a number of committees of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, and his contributions to this family cannot be underrated. He's a Catholic, and he's married to Evelyn, and is blessed with 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the podium the president of the Ghana College of Pharmacists to give his address.
The most interesting part of the introduction is that I'm a Catholic. Unrepentant Catholic. Yeah. Nana Chair, His Royal Highness Odinewun Kwafu Akoto III, Paramount Chief of Akwamu, Pharmacist Joycelyn Aziz, my own colleague, who is ably representing our Honorable Minister of Health. Madam, you are most welcome. Our thematic speaker, Pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Martha Jansalutrot. Members of the Governing Council, members of the Academic Board, faculty and divisional heads, Rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Madam Yvonne Yenchiriwa Iseku. I can see my own body there, Mr. Bemboche, immediate past rector and immediate past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. We started together and we are at the same level together. President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, Pharmacist Samuel Kaudonko, fellows and members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I can see some seniors there. Immediately I can recall Pharmacist Ted Benasco, Pharmacist Aria Butiate, and my mentor, Pharmacist Abraham Jesse. You are all welcome. Distinguished graduates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the opening remarks from our Nana Chair, who set the tone and gave us the background of why we are having the AGM at this time. The whole pandemic, COVID-19, and now monkeypox. I don't know what kind of viral disease is in the store next time. We to exhort our graduates and encourage them as they step into the next phase of their academic life. Once again, a special welcome goes to our thematic speaker for graciously accepting our invitation to deliver the thematic speech. We are eagerly waiting and ready to hear and listen to your insightful message. Antimatter, as you are popularly known and affectionately known, you are most welcome. The theme of our 2 days program is improving access to quality health services through specialists. Access in health remains an enigma and complex notion, and I believe our thematic speaker will help us appreciate and understand the concept as we apply it to improving healthcare services. I therefore humbly implore all of us, especially members and fellows of the college, to actively participate in the 2 days deliberation. Distinguished gentlemen, as I recall the works of Plato, the great philosopher and the great educational thinker, Plato held that education was the key for a successful society. He contributed a lot in the form of ideas, and it inspired his followers to find new ways of education and training. His philosophy of education, though appears controversial in our modern times, profoundly influenced policy and development in the past century as it is still today. I share this noble philosophy of Plato with modification as it resonates with our theme, improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training. The central focus here are the individuals, the total and responsible beings, identifying and developing individual personas through training to reach the zenith of their potential and to become useful to society. This, I believe, re-echoes with the mission and mandate of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. The social and economic development of nations, including our dear nation Ghana, are fundamentally an education process in which people learn to create new institutions, new ideas, new thinking, utilize new technologies, cope with their environment, and alter their pattern of behavior. This is exactly what the college is trying to empower us to do. In this vein, permit me to commend the foresight and effort of government in recognizing this by investing in establishing, resourcing, and maintaining the Ghana College of Pharmacists and other sister colleges in order to realize the vision of national development through provision of advanced specialist training in pharmacy. We are internally grateful to the Ministry of Health for its support for the college. Our dear membership graduates, accept my congratulations. It is heartwarming to see you full of positive energies and exuding confidence. Be reminded that a number of persons have invested in you. Society has invested in you. And above all, the nation has also invested in you. Your stakeholders and interested parties are many and beyond your imaginations. Expectations about you are therefore high and numerous. I therefore urge you to face the future with pride and a sense of accomplishment for all that you have achieved over the past few years at the Ghana College of Pharmacists. You now stand on the brink of new chapter of your professional career as it turns a new page. Believe in yourselves to the depths of your beings. You have the ability. There should be no space for complacency. With determination and passion, you can bring out the best in you. Determination is a tool you can employ to defeat discouragement, to overcome temporary failure, and to prevent failure from becoming permanent. Therefore, let determination and passion build your ethical professional career. Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to give special thanks to our faculty members, tutors, trainers, all partners, institutions, and indeed our dear preceptors and resource persons. I extend my gratitude to our able rector and her hardworking officers. They have devoted their whole being and given the college their all for it to become what it is today. Let's recognize all these people and institutions with a round of applause. Nana Chairman, I conclude with a quote by Henry Ford, which says, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and working together is a success." Let us actively participate in today's scientific sessions and tomorrow's business meeting and come up with brilliant ideas that will propel our dear college and our nation to higher heights. I wish all of us useful and productive deliberations. Thank you all for coming. Once again, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Could you do one more time, please? Let's do it better. At this point, I would like to acknowledge the members of the academic board of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. And to start off one more time, Pharmacist Joseph Kojo Insia Nwagbe, President. Farm Yvonne Yurinchiwa Isiku, Rector Esquire. Yes. Pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Dorcas Pokubuatin, Clinical Pharmacist. Pharmacist Dr. Mrs. Martha Luthroth, Jansen Luthroth, automatic speaker for the day. My lecturer, Pharmacist Professor Kwame Ohinegwabin, Community and Clinical Pharmacy. Pharmacist Mr. Samuel Tinkran, Social and Administrative Pharmacy. Pharmacist Reverend Jonathan Mate, Quality Assurance. Pharmacist Professor Kwesi Ademakun Ohime, that's Drug and Herbal Medicine Discovery, Development and Production. And Pharmacist Mr. Oscar Bruce, the editor. We'll go on and take goodwill messages from sister colleges. And first on the list, I'd like to call on the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons to give us his goodwill message. Thank you. Let's do it better. Let's do it better.
President, Chairman of the Governing Council, President of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, Rector of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, representative of the Minister of Health, members of the Governing Council and Academic Board, graduates, fellows, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here on behalf of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons to deliver this goodwill message on your special annual general meeting and scientific conference. It's warm to know that despite the fact that this couldn't be done last year, you're celebrating your 10th anniversary of the college. And I hope that these anniversary celebrations would go a long way to make the nation as a whole appreciate what the Ghana College of Pharmacists does. The theme for this annual general meeting, which is improving access to health delivery through the training of specialist pharmacists, is an important one because this college was established to produce specialist pharmacists. I would like to encourage you to take up the role of the major role of advocacy, which is linked to this role. Because when it comes to these parts of the world where we have a large burden of disease and not enough health practitioners, many people find it hard to differentiate between the specialist and the generalist. And the question is, who is a specialist pharmacist? And it's up to you as the fellows and members of this esteemed college to educate the rest of us, to help us to see clearly what that difference is, to help us to know that not every pharmacist is the same. This is a challenge in all the health specialties, but I'm sure that as you deliberate through your business sessions and through the activities that will go on for the 10th anniversary celebration, this would be clear. And as time goes on, the nation as a whole would come to appreciate the role of specialist pharmacists in health service delivery in this country. On that note, I wish the college well in this annual general meeting and hope that all that you do will go a long way to improve health service delivery in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We acknowledge your presence. Next is the rep from the West African Postgraduate College of Nurses and Midwives, in the presence of Faustina at the PHARMACIST. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much. Standing on all protocol, I'm very honored to be here. I bring you greetings from the chair and the executive of the West Africa Postgraduate College of Nurses and Midwives. The chair will have loved to be here, but other assignments has kept him from coming. I'm the secretary. Your team improving access to quality health care through specialist pharmacy training at this time is very appropriate. And I know that it's because of the current trends in healthcare delivery. That's why all the colleges are looking at specialist training. We, the West Africa College of Postgraduates, Nurses and Midwives, wish you a fruitful deliberation on this very important occasion that you are graduating your specialists. Fruitful deliberation in your scientific deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adiba. Next is a rep from National Health Insurance Authority in the person of Madame Gertrude Lai. Please can you give a round of applause? Nana Chair, the president of the college, the rector, the thematic speaker, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, fellows of the college, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gertrude Lai, like she said, and I'm with the Strategic Health Purchasing Directorate of the National Health Insurance Authority. And I'm standing in for my boss, the CEO, Honorable Dr. Bernard Oko. I, meaning my CEO, congratulate you on this occasion of your AGM and scientific conference. Your theme, improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training, is very strategic, and I can only spur you on. Like the sons of Issachar in the Bible who understood the times and knew what Israel should do, the governing council or the leadership of the college have understood the times that we are in, that we are all moving towards universal health coverage. And that for universal health coverage, we need a workforce, and particularly pharmaceutical workforce, and in particular pharmacists with evidence-based professional knowledge. Pharmacists who are confident and will optimize pharmacotherapy for disease conditions presented to them for better health outcomes and improved quality of life. As purchasers of healthcare, that's the NHIA, I look at dimensions of quality like safety, efficiency, patient-centeredness, equity, among others, and I'm clear in my mind that your contribution, looking at the caliber of your members, cannot be underrated. I congratulate you once again. I congratulate the membership inductees, and I say, long live the Ghana College, so they remain to do more for healthcare. On this note, I wish to thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Lai. We are grateful. The next person on the bill is a rep from West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, in the person of Mr. Samuel Tenkrai.
Good morning. Nana Chair, please allow me to stand on the protocol already established. And we also follow protocol. Let me say that I'm representing my boss. My boss on 2 counts. She's my divisional chair for this college, and then also she's my boss at the West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. Thank you, Auntie Martha. I pray that will always follow you. Greetings from the President and Secretary General of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. I, that is Auntie Martha, seize the opportunity once again to thank, I'm following protocol. I seize the opportunity once again to thank the founding fellows for doing a great job in the life of this institution. Incidentally, most of these fellows belong to the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists and actively played and continue to play their roles. I believe these founding fathers and mothers, who were great men and women of vision and purpose, are among the heroes and heroines who championed the cause of this college, and they would be noted and acknowledged for posterity. Nana Chair, in response to your invitation, therefore, the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, on behalf of its executive committee and the entire membership, convey to you fraternal greetings and warm felicitations on this occasion of your 2022 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference. Nana Chair, I commend you on 2 counts for choosing as the theme of this AGM, improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training. Firstly, current global happenings, being an era of war, a stubborn COVID-19 pandemic, and the emergence of a certain monkeypox, the most important orthopox virus infection in humans, and the attendant concerns about supply chains continue to dictate to and challenge economies with dire consequences for the health care systems of every country, and in this case, Ghana is no exception. It is therefore significant that this AGM will pay closer attention to an intractable issue such as access to quality healthcare and the role of providers. As a component of quality healthcare delivery, the time to work together and assure medicine security for Ghana, the West African sub-region, and indeed the entire African continent cannot tarry any longer. And secondly, Madam Chair, it is also significant that this AGM will discuss our commonly shared key mandate to promote specialist training in pharmacy and related disciplines. This mandate has rightly been identified as a route to improving access to quality healthcare. Nana, as we share in this important meeting, we find it equally appropriate to point out that though some strides have been made together to advance the knowledge and skills of practicing pharmacists through professional education and training, continuing evaluation of progress made in respect of specialist placement and promotion, particularly within the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service, reveals very significant gaps for concern. We didn't clap. Our fine professionals who have committed so much effort toward enhancing their expertise need to be duly recognized and given the opportunity to apply their newly acquired skills and competencies to the benefit of society, and also to serve, to motivate others to enroll and grow our sister institutions. Thank you. In this regard, Nana Chair, I pledge, that is I and Timata, I pledge the support of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, Ghana chapter, in any move toward advancing the realization of the mandates of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, such as would promote the provision of quality healthcare for our people. We, on our part, have made our very experienced fellows available to teach and impart knowledge to the students of the faculty of Ghana College. To the students and faculty, yes, of Ghana College of Pharmacists. We have an implied social contract to apply ourselves to solving the numerous health issues confronting our people on a daily basis. Nana, on this challenging note, therefore, the WPCP congratulates the Ghana College of Pharmacists on holding this AGM and scientific conference, and look forward to a continued cooperation and fruitful collaboration with the college in achieving our common goals to ensure that in the pursuit of improved health care services for Ghana, application of enhanced pharmaceutical skills and expertise are fully utilized at all levels of care, including the private sector. With warm regards, we wish you all the best. Thank you. Dr. Mrs. Mary Martha Gansa, Chairman, WPCP, Ghana Chapter. Thank you.
Mr. Tinkwa always give you a reason to smile. Thank you, Mr. Tinkwa. Next is the president of the Pharmaceutical Society, who is also a member of the Governing Council. May I kindly invite onto the floor with Mr. Sam Mondoko.
Nana Chair, can I also plead with you to stand on existing protocols? I bring you greetings and warm felicitations from the leadership and entire membership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana on the occasion of the 2022 Annual General Meeting of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. As the principal beneficiaries of the work of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, it gives pharmacists great pleasure on such occasions as these when Ghana College of Pharmacists congregates to take stock of the past year and together plan the year ahead. The Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana strongly believes that pharmacy practice in Ghana will advance and can favorably compare to international practice if the Ghana College of Pharmacists is given the needed support and resources. We at the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana will continue to support and contribute our quota to advance the objectives of the college. The theme for the 2022 Annual General Meeting, which is improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacy screening, provides food for thought for many pharmacists and a rallying call to step up to the table of healthcare professionals with the knowledge, skills, competencies, and duly prepared to improve access not only to pharmaceutical care, but quality health services in general. In view of the current and ongoing pandemic, it is the conviction of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana and its membership that the college will consider specialization in infectious diseases as a top priority to advance. We also have 3 requests that we would want the college to consider during their business session. The college as a body of knowledge, we expect to give back
to the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana accredited CPD programs in the years to come. We hope that the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana and therefore pharmacists in general can count on this knowledge base that you have to give us adequate CPD programs that would qualify us for real licensure at the end of every year. This is something that we would want you to consider in your business session. The Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is also requesting the college, together through its advocacy programs, to ensure that fellows of the college would be accepted as lecturers in the various schools of pharmacy, particularly at the level of PhD entries as exists now in the various pharmacy institutions. Yes, we believe that the fellows of the institution could impart very good knowledge and credible knowledge to ensure that the pharmacist that comes out will be able to meet the challenging times that we find ourselves in. Therefore, help us in the training of future pharmacists. This I would also want to assure you that if the need be, and Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana will need to help you to carry out an advocacy on this, we will be there to support you. As fellows and members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana is confident that your deliberations here today will result in proposals and recommendations on the way forward to make the specialist pharmacist a tool for improved access to quality health services. Long live the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, long live the Ghana College of Pharmacists, and long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donko. Next on the bill is Madam Doris Richardson, the rep from the College of Nurses and Midwives.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Madam Chair, once again, may you please permit me to also stand on the existing protocol. I can't be left out of that cake. Good morning, everybody. I'm also standing in the shoes of my rector, Madam Anna Paribia Aqua. And I read, I can imagine what will follow. Bring you greetings from the President, fellows, members, management, and staff of the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives. We are excited to be part of your 2022 Annual General Meeting and Scientific Conference, which is under the theme, Improving Access to Quality Health Services through Specialist Pharmacist Training. Madam Chair, you will agree with me that Ghana has made major strides in improving access to healthcare in the past decade, but there is still more to be done. With a roadmap towards achieving universal health coverage, more indeed needs to be done to ensure that Ghanaians can access healthcare services at the time of need without facing any financial barriers. To achieve this, Ghana needs the required health professionals, including pharmacists. Pharmacists are highly accessible healthcare professionals, considering the availability, geographic distribution, and location of pharmaceutical enterprises. However, there are several challenges for providing these services for patients with limitations such as low education, difficulties on reaching the pharmacist, and the need for individualized monitoring due to the complexity of some therapies. Reports of low quality services are growing worldwide. And in order to expand access and improve the quality of pharmaceutical services, a clinically oriented and humanistic approach to specialized training and practice remain critical. Historically, the main role of pharmacy was to dispense medications and provide patients with enough instructions regarding their correct usage. However, the pharmacy profession has expanded in focus to include the provision of services beyond the traditional role of being more patient-focused and clinically oriented. This paradigm shift can be strengthened through specialized training and with relevant stakeholder engagements. The Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives is also pursuing similar agenda through specialization and encouraging professional nurses and midwives to specialize to enable them give of their best. The College of Nurses and Midwives is happy to partner with the College of Pharmacists as we all journey on the path of specialist training for our respective professionals towards improving quality health services and ultimately towards achieving universal health coverage. We wish the Ghana College of Pharmacists the very best in their annual general meeting and scientific conference. Long live the postgraduate health colleges in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Richardson. Next on the bill is a rep from all the way from Kumasi, the Director of Pharmacy at Confirmation Teaching Hospital, Mr. Kweku Safo. Please, can we give it up for him? Thank you for your presence. When my co-MC said I was going to introduce another person for a good role message, I was wondering if it's the young Abutiate or the old Abutiate. Please, can we do that for Mr. Harry Abutiate as he brings us a good role message from Ghana Health Service?
I'm the old Abutiate. Nana, I know you will not refuse me to stand on existing protocols. And as I deliver these very fragrant fraternal greetings from the Ghana Health Service Council, I'm actually delivering this on behalf of the chairman, Dr. Sifa Bediako, who is a pharmacist. On behalf of the Ghana Health Service Council, we want to congratulate you on the occasion of your your annual general meeting and the Scientific Conference 2022. The Ghana Health Service has been working with the college and its products, and we are very happy with them. We trust and hope that you continue to train such caliber of professionals who work with the Ghana Health Service. Your theme, which concentrates on access to quality health training and also specialist training for pharmacists, is very, very, very apt. And we trust that at the end of your deliberations, you will share your communique with us. We shall continue to support you. At the same time, we ask you to accept postings to every part of the country. Postings to every part of the country so that you brighten the corner where you are. Wish you all every success in your deliberations. Thank you.
The next one I'll feel is for us to have the induction, but we just want to take a spot of music. Please say hello to the person sitting by you. It's been a whole year. Just relax, and then right after that, we'll go on with the induction. How are you going? I have some music. All right, so 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Thank you.
I want everybody around the world to put your hands together because all the praise belongs to God. Here we go. Praise to our God. Every word of worship. Every word of every praise. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise to our God. To our God. I want everybody to sing hallelujah. Sing hallelujah. To our God. To our God. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. It's to our God. To our God. Say every praise. Every praise. Say every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. Y'all know how we do it. Take it up. Every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. Every word of worship. Every word of worship. One accord. Say every praise. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. I want everybody all over the world to sing hallelujah. Sing hallelujah. To our God. To our God. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. It's to our God. To our God. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. Let's take it up one more time. Every praise. Every praise. Come on, everybody. To our God. Every word of worship. Every word of worship. With one accord. One accord. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. I don't care how you're feeling right now. Sing hallelujah. To our God. To our God. Hallelujah. It's to our God. Every praise. Every praise. Every praise. It's to our God. To our God. This is what I do. God, Savior.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Was the interview long enough?
Just
So 2 more minutes then.
Just
Okay, I think we can go on. All right, so we would like to go on with the induction. And to do that first, I'd like to call on the president of the college to tell us what the criteria is for becoming membership of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. I'm sure people are asking how you get to become a member of this astute college. So join me one more time to welcome the president of the college to walk us through the criteria for becoming a member. The president.
Nana Chair, we've come to another high point in this morning's deliberations, and that is a legal and a procedural function that is born out of tradition, which I have to perform as the president of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, and also in my capacity as the chairman of the academic board. The college draws its strength from the Health Specialist Health Training and Plant Medicine Research Act 2011, Act 833, and which mandates the college to organize and supervise specialist training, promote continuous professional development, and support research in pharmacy and related disciplines, as well as conduct and organize specialist examination in pharmacy and award certificates and diplomas on completion of specialist training and confer professional distinctions. Today, the college is once again fulfilling these objectives. Madam Chair, on behalf of the academic board, I formally present to you and the whole of us gathered here 7 graduates comprising 3 beautiful ladies and 4 gentlemen. These candidates have successfully gone through the prescribed courses of study, done their residencies, and passed the prescribed examination in connection with their courses. In addition, they have all successfully completed and submitted their dissertation on choosing fields of research. Having fulfilled all these necessary requirements according to the established statutes and regulations governing the college, these candidates are therefore eligible and ready to be formally admitted into the membership of the college. Madam Chairman, it is my honor and privilege and to present to you to administer their oath and then admit them as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to call on the faculty heads to come and call their graduates. So first, I'd like to call on pharmacist Dr. Okubuatini, head of faculty for clinical pharmacy, and also pharmacist Samuel Tekran, head of faculty social and administrative pharmacy, to come and call out your graduates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Madam Chair, His Royal Majesty, Odenho Kwafo Akoto III, all protocol respectfully acknowledged. I, Dr. Mrs. Dorcas Okubuatini, head of the Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy, present to you the following residents who have fulfilled the requirements to be admitted as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. When I mention your name, you rise your feet and remain standing. Farm Olga P. Awunu. Farm Dr. Abanyega Tetenati. Farm Kofi Frempong Prempe. Farm Dr. Emmanuel Wana Anu. Farm Joseph Achu Wemega. Dr. Josephine Mensah. Indeed, the journey to this today has not been easy, but such is life. Nothing of value comes cheap. And as you've meandered through the easy and the difficult terrain to get to this stage, you have consciously and unconsciously developed muscles of knowledge and strength of character that should guide you in your future practice. Nyansapo, when standing Badrema, the knot of wisdom is untied by the wise. Go out and add to this knowledge you have acquired, because knowledge is dynamic, and make a mark wherever you find yourselves. Go out and make the college proud. The Faculty of Clinical Pharmacy is proud of you. Ghana College of Pharmacists is proud of you. Thank you. Main standing.
Nana Chair, I, Samuel Tinkwan, the head of the Faculty of Social and Administrative Pharmacy, present to you the following resident who has fulfilled the requirements to be administered as member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. She is in the name of Sarah Brew. I will also add my voice in urging you on in your choosing specialist area. Go shine forth, demonstrate how important your newly acquired skills and competencies are to the service of the nation and then to your own benefit. As you develop yourself, you will benefit from it, your family will benefit, and the college will also benefit. Society will be the winner. I also congratulate you and wish you well.
Thank you very much, faculty. Yes, come on, let's do it better. Let's do it better. It's not easy to take people through a long journey and finally bring them to an expected end. So at this juncture, I'd like to call on His Royal Majesty Akwemihene Odenihun Kwafa until the second. The third, who is the chairman of the governing council, to administer the oath and to admit our graduates to the college. Please, one more time.
Congratulations one more time. And this is membership by coursework. Very, very important. Okay. You may repeat after me. I accept to be a member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists.
Accept to be a member of the Ghana College of Pharmacists.
I vow to serve humanity and to support the professional goals and commitments.
I vow to serve humanity and to support the professional ideals and commitments.
Guided by the highest standards of human conduct.
Guided by the highest standards of human conduct.
I shall support the advancement of knowledge and standards.
I shall support the advancement of knowledge and standards
of practice in pharmacy to the benefit of my present and future colleagues.
Of practice in pharmacy to the benefit of my present and future colleagues.
I shall use all opportunities to develop collaborative practice with all healthcare professionals in my environment.
I shall use all opportunities to develop collaborative practice with all healthcare professionals in my environment.
In taking this solemn oath, I commit myself never to act in a manner contrary to vows upheld by those who supported my development as a pharmacist.
I commit myself never to act in a manner contrary to the vows upheld by those who supported my development as a pharmacist.
So help me God. Graduates, having taken this oath, I now formally admit the College of Pharmacists. You now have the privilege of using as your title, member, Ghana College of Pharmacists. This may be shortened to read MGC Pharm. Congratulations. Thank you.
told me that just wait and see the vows. After the vows, it doesn't matter what happens. It's done. So once you've been inducted, it's okay. It's fine. Let's put our hands together one more time for that. And at this point, I'd like to introduce one more time the members of the Governing Council. His Royal Highness Odemo Powerful Akutu III, Chairman. Farm Joseph Kojo Nsianyuagbe, the President. Farm Yvonne Yurinchiwa Iseku, the Rector. Dr. Emmanuel Dami. Mrs. Marina Anobia Apia Opari. Pharmacist Dr. Daniel Amini Dampa. Pharmacist Professor Julius Asiedu Jeche. Pharmacist Audu Raouf. Pharmacist Dr. Samuel Amwabe Kunto. Pharmacist Samuel Paul Donko. And last but not least, Dr. Joseph Kimos, AJ, the members of the Governing Council. Next on our program, we'll be taking the speech from our thematic speaker. Our thematic speaker is a health policy analyst with a specialty in pharmaceutical policy with about 35 years of public service in the management level. She's a product of the Kenya University, the Leeds University, the United Kingdom, the Leeds University in the United Kingdom in health policy, and Jimpes School of Governance and Leadership for Leadership and Governance. She serves on several boards, and in both local and national, international, and was a Lancet Commissioner on Essential Medicines in 2015. She's an expert member of the World Health Organization's Expert Committee on Medicines, Policy and Management. She has several publications on various pertinent topics on health coverage, TRIPS, Doha, and access to medicines, policy options for Ghana, antibiotic resistance in Ghana by the Lancet Infectious Diseases, and global governance of antimicrobial resistance, also by the Lancet, amongst many others. She is a member and secretary for the African Palliative Care Association, and she's doing that pro bono, that's for free. And is a chairman of the Ghana chapter of the West Africa College, Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, and a foundation fellow of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. She is the chair of the Ghana's Alliance for Antimicrobial Resistance. She was an expert member of the United Nations Interagency Coordinating Group of Antimicrobial Resistance from 2017 to 2019. She's also an expert member for the Medicines Patent Pool in Geneva. Our thematic speaker loves music and is a fan of the Bethel Revival Park. So, Mr. DJ, you have a song from the Bethel Revival Park.
Everybody put your hands together. If you know it's been good, put your hands together.
So help me welcome our thematic speaker for the day, Auntie Martha Jansalu.
My praises for all you have done. And I will lift my voice to give you thanks. You are God. For your love and your grace, for your faithfulness and shame. All honor, glory to you. I will lift my voice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Better Ralapa. Thank you, MC, for the kind words on me. I cannot afford to stand on existing protocols. I have to go by the existing protocols. And so the Nana Chair and Nana Odinibu Kwaku the third, Your Majesty, the President of the College, Mr. Joseph N.K. Nwagbe, the Academic Board, the Minister Representative, Mrs. Roslyn Aziz, the Rector of the College, and the Rectors of other sister colleges present, members of the Governing Board, heads of faculty, and chairs of divisions, directors from the health sector, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and others. I've seen Dr. Angra, and also I've seen Dr. Safo. The President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, preceptors, distinguished preceptors, and fellows of the Ghana College of Pharmacists, distinguished persons who delivered the goodwill messages, of course, the Deputy Chair for the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, Mr. Tinkrine, and of course, my other colleagues, Professor Danu. We can't thank you enough for coming through. Inductees, family and friends, the press, ladies and gentlemen. When I was asked to do this about some 3 weeks ago, I guess, I have COVID, and I told them I will attend the academic board meeting virtually, but I was nursing my wounds with COVID. And I accepted to do this because I thought that we need to share experiences and also make our college rise up to that place that we want it to be. Ladies and gentlemen, access to health services and health technologies, including medicines, is a basic human right, as enshrined in the Constitution of the World Health Organization, and also as enshrined in our own Constitution that every person living in Ghana must have access to health. Access also forms one of the major building blocks for an effective health care system. WHO reports that over half of the global population does not have access to quality health services they need. The organization further highlights the need for skilled health workers in the provision of quality, patient-centered care towards the desired ultimate goal of universal health coverage. Such care is rooted strongly in the communities they serve, focusing not only on managing diseases, but more importantly, on diverse forms of disease prevention and health promotion to improve the overall quality of life. It is about the health of all people across the age spectrum, as envisaged by Goal 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 3. In this paper, I will try to focus on quality health services and the role of the pharmacist, and I will also share my own personal reflections with my over 30 years of public service, and I will try to define what we should be doing going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, pharmacies and the services they provide are key if we want to move the agenda for ensuring that no one is left behind. Pharmacies and pharmacies and pharmacists in the community and hospital remain the first and often the last pulse of call for patients needing care and advice on medicines and their appropriate use in society. The philosophy and training of the modern pharmacist is based on the model or concept of pharmaceutical care, which has been aptly defined as safe, patient-centered, outcomes-oriented, and cost-effective practice. The concept of pharmaceutical care is manifested in the roles played by specialized and trained clinical pharmacists as part of the healthcare system. By advocating for rational pharmacotherapy, they ensure that patients get the best out of their therapy in health systems. Through medication selection, procurement, and reconciliation, pharmacists promote cost savings, which contribute to the efficient use of their facilities' scarce resources. Hospital pharmacists, of which I have been one, with specialist training, especially clinical pharmacists, have become invaluable members of the healthcare team. The various drug therapy recommendations they make assist in optimizing therapeutic outcomes while saving costs for both the patient as well as the healthcare system and also their families. In effect, they deliver value for money, especially within their sphere of influence. Ladies and gentlemen, community pharmacists bring pharmaceutical care to the doorstep of the community residents, and they are among the most accessible healthcare practitioners everywhere. Research has shown considerable improvements in the management and outcomes of non-communicable diseases when community pharmacists are actively involved in the care team and shared responsibility across the board. Ghana has just launched the reviewed NCD policy, and I want to urge that we all find space and find time to have a look through and see what roles we could play to ensure that we have value for money. Specialist pharmacists in the community provide medication therapy management, including drug and therapy monitoring, as well as referral services as needed by the patient. Community setting specialist pharmacists can also run disease-specific specialist clinics, including thromboembolic disorders, and these, in addition to the traditional services they provide, contribute to medication safety and security. The roles and responsibilities of specialist pharmacists go beyond this area of pharmacy practice in the area of drug production. Specialist pharmacists are essential in conformity to good manufacturing practice standards. It goes without saying that good quality medicines are needed to ensure the desired therapeutic response and to reduce the progression of antimicrobial resistance, AMR. I cannot speak without talking about AMR. Forgive me. Specialist pharmacists are essential in industry for making sure that raw materials production lines, quality control and storage of products are managed to prevent cross-contamination, product degradation, and financial loss. They are also indispensable in conducting pharmacovigilance and post-market surveillance on their products to ensure their continuous safety and effectiveness beyond market authorization. Now that Ghana is exploring vaccine manufacturing, it is important this area of specialization is ramped up to ensure that these specialists are ready to support industry, deliver on the promise. The time to act is now. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, pharmacists in public health are contributing to healthcare management in pandemics such as COVID-19, defining strategies for the pricing of pharmaceuticals. I think a pricing strategy was just launched last week by the Ministry of Health, setting health priorities and implementing health programs for HIV, TB, malaria, and other vaccine-preventable diseases reduction. Specialist pharmacists have been equipped with the knowledge and expertise
to contribute meaningfully to the development and implementation of laws and health policies regulating medicines and medical products. They are also involved in the research and development of new drugs and therapies, like we have heard recently, the role of Professor Hime in coming up with that highly priced antibiotic that is required to be moving in our systems. Congratulations, Professor Hime. Ladies and gentlemen, the training received by specialist pharmacists for the various roles, including those outlined here, indicate leadership and managerial roles which yield beneficial outcomes to the patient, the healthcare system, and the general population at large. Most importantly, specialist pharmacists impart their knowledge to their next generation of pharmacists through teaching, mentoring, and coaching. With the continuous training of specialist pharmacists, Ghana is no doubt on course to ensuring that quality healthcare is accessible to all, no matter the practice setting of the pharmacist. Ladies and gentlemen, having defined all this, I come to what I call my reflections. For effective training to happen, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to just be happy that we have appointed a rector. It's not enough. The rector must work within a certain system and remit of care. Has it got all the categories of staff to work with? She may not have. And therefore, the mandate we have given to her, she may not be able to deliver on that. And therefore, I want to urge that whatever it takes for us to have a vice rector, whatever it takes for us to have the full complement of the college, we must do. And I urge the Ministry of Health to do the needful. I also urge that the most of the college heads and faculty do this on pro bono. I'm one of them. And I urge that academics will find time within their space to take some of their sabbaticals to spend here in the college, to support the college to do what they must do. This is the little we can do to support our college. The PHDH endowment fund for the college could be leveraged to support some of these initiatives rather than wait for government to start. How could we attract more students to the various faculties? Today, we have seen the number of students that are coming into membership. I think we could do more. And I believe that it is all of us, our duty, to make sure that we attract the necessary caliber of pharmacists into the college to do their memberships and follow on to do fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end that. Let us pay attention to the other end of the training, the experiential portion. I urge the foundation fellows. I think a lot of us are doing nothing, I'm sorry to say. We could do more by allowing or by supporting the new students as we influence their training, especially not just wearing the academic gown on a day like this, but to bring the gowns to the marketplace. And the marketplace is where the students are trained. I hope that that will go well with fellows. The college in teaching and learning aligns to the programs of work of the Ministry of Health. It is important that we know that this is an agency of the Ministry of Health. And therefore, you look at the Ministry of Health's thematic work and align the work of the college, including the teaching and training of the students. So therefore, we expect that the students' work will be what they experience on the field, so much so that the outcomes of their research will be solution-based to support the health sector. It is important we do this. I also believe that the Ministry of Health is always doing studies. How can the Ministry of Health support their studies and ensuring that the college use their students to perform these tasks? It is something that is doable. And I urge the CPO for pharmacy, as well as the Director for Pharmaceutical Services, as well as the teaching hospitals, to come together and ensure that when they have grants for studies, the college can be used, so that by doing that, activity will be going on at the college all the time. Because when we are called for dissemination meetings, we'll be happy to come, aren't we? So it is something that I thought we should look at. I also think that how could we do this? We need more collaborations with agencies of the ministry and other institutions to know which areas require assistance. I think that the college must make itself ready to attend most of the senior managers' meetings, including the senior pharmacy managers' conferences. It's a must for the rector and the team. I must admit that COVID-19 has reduced the number of these conferences, but it is something that is doable. The issue of administrative pharmacy, not recognized by promoting institutions, is worrying. For them, none of the other colleges do administration. So it is strange for them to qualify somebody who has done social admin and promote such a person to become a fellow. I want to urge that let us engage. Luckily, we have a member of council from the Ghana Health Service here. That is the human resource management arm of the health sector. I want to urge that the governing council engage the GHS council and the relevant stakeholders regarding the admission of some of these courses for our students. They are our most valuable assets, and their promotion after graduation is very important to us. Ladies and gentlemen, no institution could reproduce safely after themselves without teaching, mentoring, and coaching. The question I want to put to all of us today: how many have we taught? I'm not asking for those who are in the university teaching on daily basis, but I'm talking to us as people, as fellows who are in industry, fellows in practice, fellows in policy, fellows in public health. How many are we teaching? How many are we mentoring? And how many are we coaching? It is important we do that if we want to lead generations after us doing bigger things than what we have done. That is the way we have to go. Collaborations and partnerships are important ingredients to achieving the SDGs, and also key for the relevance of the college to the various stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health. As a college, how prepared are we to shift within our mandate to key policy initiatives of government? Local vaccine production is one shift by the government, and FDA maturity level 3 going on to 4 is another area to shape courses to support these government agendas, as well as regional initiatives like what WAHU is also doing. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we want to wait when we are invited to the party. But I think that these days, we have to go to the fireside where the conversations are being held. And I want to urge all of us to be part of those conversations. Otherwise, we lose out. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, specialist training of pharmacists could be seen as a strategic path towards achieving universal health coverage, especially through primary healthcare interventions, because society is better served with this level of knowledge, expertise, and skill set. Vaccination, not only for COVID-19 vaccines, antigen testing and other public health interventions by pharmacists within the district health management teams are excellent examples of the value brought to the table by specialist trained pharmacists. The community pharmacists are already involved in the rapid diagnosis test for malaria, and this is already well documented. So we just build on it. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught countries and health systems around the globe innovative ways of optimizing their health manpower, especially the pharmacists, to achieve better outcomes for their peoples. It is on the strength of these that I add my voice to the call for our health systems to embrace the extended scope of practice of the specialist trained pharmacists as outlined in Act 833, accompanied by the appropriate remuneration in accordance with the National Medicines Policy 2017. Nana Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a well-trained specialist pharmacist is an important tool into providing and improving access to quality health services. Let us carry on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Can we just do it one more time? I just want to go on and introduce our special guest of honor for today. Our special guest of honor, Honorable Kwajima Menu, is a member of parliament for Doma Central in the Brong-Ahafo region of Ghana. He has been MP for Doma West and Central for 2 terms and is now serving his 3rd term. Honorable Kwajima Menu is a product of the University of Ghana, where he had his Bachelor of Science in Economics and Statistics. He also attended the London School of Accountancy, where he chartered as a management accountant. He's an affable and astute politician and has served in various leadership positions in government from 2001 to 2009, and then he served from 2001 to 2009. He served as the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Interior, Finance, Roads and Transport, and also Communication, and also served briefly as the Acting Executive of the National Health Insurance Authority. He was elected as an MP for Doma Central constituency when his party, the New Patriotic Party, went into opposition. His leadership skills and competence made him the choice to be initially the Vice Chairman and later the substantive Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, where he distinguished himself and excelled by unearthing several financial malpractices in Ghana's public accounts. He is recognized in the region as an executive member of the West African Association of Public Accountants Committee, the Commonwealth Association of Public Accounts Committees, CAPAC, and the African Public Accounts Committee, that's AFROPAC. Honorable Kwajima Menu is a highly skilled professional and politician. He's the Minister of Health for the Republic of Ghana and has also ended his term as a board chairman of the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS, headquartered in Geneva in 2018. He's currently an alternate board member of the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, Gavi, for Anglophone Africa, which is also headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. Prior to his position as Deputy Minister in former President Kufuor's administration, he was the Director of Finance for Toyota Ghana Limited. Honorable Kwajima Menu is being represented today by the Director of Pharmaceutical Services of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Mrs. Joycelyn Nakoko Aziz. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, and a warm welcome once again. I'm doing this on behalf of our Honorable Minister, Honorable Kwajima Menu. So I'm stepping in very big shoes, and I hope I'm able to deliver. We would have loved to be here very much so, but unfortunately, we have to go somewhere else to attend to the issue. So I read on the stage. The Governing Council of Ghana College of Pharmacists, the President of our college, Mr. Joseph Nwande, Rector, Farm Yvonne Yeshua Eseku, and all other rectors here represented, past and present members of council, heads of divisions and faculties, fellows and members of the college, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my minister. I am happy to be able to join you for your annual 2022 annual general meeting and scientific conference. I'm also very happy with your theme, improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training. This theme, Mr. Chairman, is very important because it's very much aligned with Ghana's efforts towards universal health coverage. It also brings to the fore your efforts as an institution towards ensuring that the needed human resource is available to get us there. Special pharmacists, Mr. Chair, provide unique skill sets that are required in all aspects of our healthcare delivery. The medicines that are used in the management of disease conditions have to be at the quality that will deliver the needed results. And I must say this is even more important because now patient care is not just about giving medicine, it's about having health outcomes, and this requires the effort of us pharmacists. Specialist pharmacists provide unique skill sets, as I've already said. The prescriber must have up-to-date information on the medicines being prescribed to a particular patient, and who do they fall on but you pharmacists. Everyone using medicines must understand how they work. This is to ensure that we secure the health of this nation and move us all forward towards universal health coverage. And as you all know, universal health coverage simply means that we would want to see every Ghanaian or any person living in Ghana having access to basic health services, irrespective of where they find themselves or whether or not they can afford. Now let me turn my attention to other issues. I'd like to use this opportunity, my chair, to indicate that there are several initiatives going on to help us achieve our goals of universal health coverage. I must say our thematic speaker has highlighted a few that I'll add on. We pharmacists indeed continue to collaborate in the implementation of these initiatives. It is important that as pharmacists, we collaborate in these initiatives. A few of them are the non-communicable disease policy, which has just been launched. There's also the use of health technology assessment, which is just a cost containment tool to ensure that medicines are available and affordable. I'll urge you all to get closer to us to understand what this means and how we can use it in our quest to ensure that medicines are available, they are affordable, and they are accessible. There are other initiatives, but permit me now to mention a few more. The issue of the pricing, medicine pricing strategy, which our thematic speaker spoke about. As a ministry, we have worked very hard to be able to come up with a strategy that seeks to regulate medicine pricing, not just in our public sector, but also in our health and in our private sector. So this is a public-private partnership. I'll urge you all to get some understanding on this. And our offices are open to engage you so that we can work together on this. Although every pharmacist has the basic training to provide support in these areas, the specialist pharmacist has more professional and practical exposure and is able to guide both prescribers and users on how best to use these medications. The specialist pharmacist also provides guidance to policymakers and public health practitioners to ensure that the right structures are put in place and that all medicines, including vaccines, are handled and utilized so as to provide the best health outcomes. So again, we are reiterating the fact that we are, as pharmacists, particularly our specialists, are not expected to continue to just give out drugs to people, but no. Now we are moving from products to improved healthy outcomes. We all know that during the pandemic, our health systems were very much affected as a nation. At the peak of the pandemic, almost all energies were focused on bringing this under control. I know, however, that pharmacists and other healthcare professionals kept going and kept on contributing their quota to secure the health of the nation. This is very much appreciated. Now, as we learn to live with this virus, it has become very important to ensure that vaccination coverage and indeed production of vaccines is something that we pharmacists must pay particular attention to. That is why I was very pleased to receive the information that the Ghana College of Pharmacists has collaborated with the Ghana Health Service to train pharmacist vaccinators. I am also informed that some teaching hospitals are supporting this training. I think this initiative is very commendable. I know that the pharmacists you are training will not only support the delivery of COVID-19 vaccines, but also offer life course vaccines. I expect this to help the whole country achieve and maintain total coverage of life course vaccines moving forward, as the trained pharmacy facilitators not only participate in community outreaches, but also provide the appropriate services from the community pharmacies. So the point you are making here is that government recognizes the efforts of pharmacists in this area, and we urge you to continue to do more, not just with the COVID vaccine, but indeed with all our EPI vaccines. I look forward to receiving further updates on how these pharmacy facilitators are contributing to the public health drive in Ghana. I have been informed of the collaboration among the agencies of my ministry, all of which are aimed to ensure the training of top-notch specialist healthcare professionals. This manager is very laudable. And this is important because we want to avoid parallel systems so that we don't waste our resources. I'm hoping that these collaborations are sustained and built with the aim of achieving our goals of universal health coverage. Now I turn my attention to the graduates. First of all, I say congratulations. Indeed, the heights by which great men reached their kept was not attained by studying flight. But they, when their companions left, were toiling upwards in the night. So I know that it bends the midnight, and those who went very hard, we say congratulations. But let me quickly add that there is more work ahead for us. You have just been admitted as members of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. This is a recognition of the knowledge and the competencies you have acquired during your period of training. It is also a responsibility that has been placed on your shoulders. So I want you to be grounded in your head that a huge responsibility has been thrown to you. It's a challenge, and I'm trusting that you will live up to this challenge. Even as we leave from here to deliver your skills at your various workplaces. I want to touch on the fact that a lot of us pharmacists refuse postings to the rural areas. For what reasons, I don't know. I want to urge us all that it's not just about money. And I'll just cite an example. One of our pharmacists, who of blessed memory, was posted to the northern region. He did not say no. He came from the south. He went there, he delivered. Before his demise, he had our first shop to himself. And so sometimes in the hinterlands, that is where the treasures are. When we are posted to them, I would like to use this opportunity to urge you all, not just the graduates, but all pharmacists, that when we are given the opportunity to sell in other areas, please accept the postings and do your work. As you deliberate on matters relating to improving access to quality health services through specialist pharmacist training, I wish to congratulate you on the strides you have made in the face of numerous challenges and assure you of the continuous support of the ministry in the execution of your mandate. I realize that the thematic speaker spoke on a lot of issues or points where we can collaborate as a ministry with college. So I want to stand on behalf of Honorable Minister and promise you that we do whatever it takes to ensure that your objectives are fully met. I also want to use this opportunity to thank all the faculty members, the teachers. I know that those who take on students for their special training. Special training is very, very, very important. So without that, we couldn't have come far. So I want to use this opportunity to also say a big thank you to all who have offered one support or the other in the form of essential training. Finally, I wish to congratulate you on the strides you have made in the face of numerous challenges and assure you of the continuous support in the execution of your mandate. On this note, I declare the 2022 AG and Scientific Conference of the Ghana College of Pharmacy duly opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Jocelyn Kokoya, the representative for the Honorable Minister of Health. So all too soon, we are rounding up today's event. And I'd like to call on the chairman for today, His Royal Majesty Odeniko Kwafo Akutu III, to give his closing remarks. Nana Chair. Please, it's not easy to be a chairman, so let's be generous with our hand clap.
Thank you very much, all MCs. When I go to a function, I always want to do the closing remarks because I know I'm going to go home. Members of the high table, please permit me to also stand on the existing protocols. My closing remarks with all thanks. I'm just thanking you all. There's a lot has been said. I believe we heard everything that was said. And especially, I want to thank my rector, this Asiku, and her staff. You have always been fantastic when it comes to organization like this. Thank you. I also thank our fellows and members of the college for always being there. It is because of you that the college exists. And we thank you very much for always availing yourself to be part of such occasions. Thank you, my own governing council, too, for always availing yourself for services to the college and to the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, our thematic speaker was fantastic. We give it as she ended. I like the way she ended. In her words, I quote, a well-trained specialist pharmacist is an important tool to improving access to quality health service. So let us carry on. These were the good words of Antimata. And I know we are going to stand by it. Thank you, Antimata, for your speech. I think in other words, you also said you urge that the Ministry of Health do the needful. And now I will always say it, but we need more. And the more will be part of the needfulness. Thank you for coming to represent the Health Minister, and I know some of the things that we said here and requested will be on his table. Thank you very much, representative of the Health Minister. Now to our dear governors. There is very little I can say that has not already been said, although your journey to this point of graduation has been largely a personal one. It is important to remember that the rest of the journey is one of service, not merely for the convenience of a secure employment, but to uphold our core values of professionalism, humility, and service, and to become worthy ambassadors of the Ghana College of Pharmacists. In the celebratory celebration that will no doubt visit your new qualification, I would like you to pause and consider the significance of your achievement against the backdrop of the events of the past few coronavirus-dominated years. Let the resilience that you have displayed during this period be the motivation that propels your career to great heights. Remember always that although it is good to be smart, I always say this, it is smarter to be good. Being good at what you do is what will set you apart. Congratulations one more time to you all, and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Royal Highness. There's an account proverb that says, "Any dry Biana is Yasa." I think it should be done after Nana speaks. There's nothing more to say. But we can't do without hearing from the graduates their journey to this end, how it has been, their experience, and if they have some precepts that they want to acknowledge. So, with a singular honor, I would like to invite from Joseph Achulomega onto the podium. Thank you.
I want to cherish good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone once again. And actually, all protocol observed. It is indeed a great privilege to be called upon to give vote of thanks, to acknowledge all those who have worked hard to make this event a reality for us. On behalf of the Ghana College of Pharmacists and the graduating class, our first thanks goes to the Almighty God for making this event a grand success. It is by His blessings and grace we were able to make this event what it was. Secondly, our heartfelt gratitude goes to Anache for taking time off his busy schedule to grace this occasion for us and share his opinion with us. We are indeed grateful. To all the other speakers, gracing the occasion for us and sharing your opinion with us means a lot to us, and we will forever cherish this moment. Thank you for sharing your opinions with us. And indeed, your opinions have created a new path in our minds, which will forever be with us. Again, this beautiful occasion wouldn't have been possible without the hard-working efforts of the staff of the college. We are fortunate to have a team of dedicated and hard-working staff to be beside us 24/7, as we've normally said. They always deliver on their mandate, and we are grateful to the staff of the college. A special mention of our venerable rector, who has been the catalyst in the cause to make us pillars of power. I mean, we say we are forever grateful to you, and we will cherish this moment. We can never forget our preceptors in this journey. Dr. Ankra, Dr. Mrs. Amankansa, Dr. Mrs. Dr. Spoku Wate, Dr. Raymond Tete, Dr. Justice Dope, Dr. Franklin Echampo, and all those who contributed in one way or the other to impact us with knowledge. We are forever grateful to you. Last but not least, to our partners, our parents, our kids, family members, and all well wishers for your rock-solid support system throughout this journey. We are forever grateful to you. And we thank you for gracing this occasion for us as well. Madam Chair, once again, I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone for gracing this occasion for us. In fact, I'm being signaled to mention the name of my wife. I also want to use this opportunity to acknowledge my partner, Mrs. Esther Wamega, who had wished to be here but has an exams to attend to. But she's here with me, and I believe my colleagues graduates will have their family members and partners supporting them. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming and giving the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Amshulega, MDCP. All too soon, we have come to the end of the first part. I don't want to look in this direction because I'm going to offend somebody. We usually don't tell him, sometimes we don't tell him he's on the program, but we take him on the spot and he delivers. So kindly indulge me to invite Reverend Jonathan Martin to do us the honors by offering a closing prayer for us. Reverend, please. I'm sorry.
We ask that, Lord, your blessing will forever continuously pour not only on the college, the council, but on these graduates and those of us who have been part of this college over the years. And for the next batch who will be joining this college, and above all, to this great nation, I will remain a star, an inspiration to the continent and beyond. Because you can see ahead what we can see. We submit ourselves to you, that you have all covered presence. You shield us against the unknown, but to equip us to stand in the face of challenges. That next year, when we should gather again like this, we'll have reason to say that we move forward and not backwards, as a nation, as a college, and as individuals. As we live here, we not live in your presence. Take us to our respective destinations safely, and may it be well and forever well with all of us. We ask all this through your beloved Son, Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Martin. So, at this juncture, can we humbly be upstanding as we says in that order? Please kindly be upstanding.
Okay, so Yes, so a few announcements while we keep standing. We'll be taking photographs at the back, at the rear, after recession. We also have snacks during the break, and then right after that, we'll have the scientific session taking off. That should be that, right? So please, we'll be taking the photos at the stand at the back, right after here. So thank you, please, the recession. So we'll take the graduates here, we'll take some of the photos here right now. So can we have the graduates and the faculty heads and then the days, please? We have that right now. Graduates, right here. So the primary cameraman, right? Cameraman, can we have everybody? If you want to come up, please, to have a few people coming up the staircases to my right. Yes. Hallelujah. Ready? Alright, so after this, we'll take the picture of the academic council. So there's the governing council. So we have the academic council taking with the ground, the academic board, please. To take with the ground, the academic board. Thank you, the academic board. Academic board. You all here, right? Okay. Yes, so the academic board, that's the faculty head, the graduate. So we'll take those ones at the end. So now we have the recession. Okay, so we'll take the rest of the photos at the back after the recession. All right. Thank you so much. We'll be taking the pictures at the rear.
Please, you are needed for the photography. That's how it says Dr. Spoku Boateng. Oh, you are needed for the photography. Please, the snack bar is ready, so you can take some snack as we prepare for the scientific session.
Okay, we have the fellows joining us here. Fellows, please join us for the photographs right here. Fellows, all fellows, please join us in the photographs. All fellows. All right, fellows. So fellows, please. So after this picture, I would like to have all members join us. That's all members, including the freshly elected members. So all fellows now. We have more fellows coming. Please, just 1 second, 1 second. Okay. All right. Please. Okay. Beautiful. Come here. Okay, so can we have all members joining? So we have one big photo. All members, can we have all members joining? As many fellows who can stay, please, and then let's have all members join. All members, fellows and members, please. We're taking a picture in a few seconds. Fellows and members. Please join. Let's have all this done quickly. Quickly, members, all members. Thank you, all members, everybody. Okay, you're ready to do this now. Please know that the snack bar is open. The snack bar is open. Please. Thank you. Ready? Every day, living for His glory, I'm on fire every day. Nothing can stop me, I am getting every day. All right, so many nicely. Thank you so much. So we want to have you all have your own groups. Please know that around attention. Thank you. I have the staff coming in, all staff of the college,
Only you deserve my worship. Only you deserve my praise. Your name I will exalt you. Your honor I will raise to God. Oh yeah. Oh. Thank you for life. Thank you for peace of mind. Thank you for mercy. Lord, you be so good to me. Oh, thank you for love. Thank you for peace of mind. Thank you for mercy. Lord, you be so good to me. We will praise your name forever and ever. We will praise your name forever and ever. Over Satan's power, 'cause I ain't I'm an overcomer. Yes, I'm over Satan's power, 'cause I ain't See, I'm an overcomer. I say it's working for me. It's working for me. Oh, and power. Desire me for me. I will overcome. I say it's looking good now. It's looking good. Over Satan's power. Desire me for me. I will overcome. I'm gonna be not on your two Hosanna. I'm feeling normal. Jesus, you're gonna I'm feeling normal. On your two Hosanna. Jesus, you're gonna I mean, I'm gonna say Jesus, you're gonna who is this King of Love? He's the Lord strong and mighty. It's making more. See, I'm an overcomer. No weapon fashioned against we shall prosper. For the freedom I listen to is it does. It's making more. See, I'm an overcomer. I say it's making me. It's making me. I'll say over Satan's power. See, I'm an overcomer. I'm an overcomer. So yes, when you go in, yes, when you go in. Over Satan's power. Desire to go in. I'm an overcomer. How about you know I'm getting too Hosanna? How you doing now? Jesus, you're my Lord. How you doing now? When you're too Hosanna. I mean, all the Father said, Jesus, you're my Lord. How you doing
I serve a living God, oh, even the devil say not true. Oh, I serve a living God, oh, everybody know. Say now you hear it. I serve a living God, oh, even the devil knows. Say not true. Oh, I serve a living God, oh, everybody know. Say now you hear it. I serve a living God, oh, I serve a living God.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There is a place that I love to dwell. It's the presence of my Father. All the host of heaven gather, worship Him, bowing down before Him. There is a place that I love to dwell. It's the presence of my Father. All the hosts of heaven gather, worship Him, bowing down before I know a place that I love to dwell. It's the presence of my Father. All the hosts of
Singing holy, Jesus Christ, the Lion of Judah, we worship you. That's the grave. That's the grave. He is the name of Jesus Christ, the Lion of Judah.
Good afternoon, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are about to start the second session of the AG. So kindly be wrapping up. Thank you.
He's the presence of my Father, all the hosts gathered to worship, bowing down.
Please, I will be with you to count forward as we start the second session.
Holy,
Respectfully.
singing holy, Jesus Christ, the Lion of Judah, we worship Jesus Christ, the Lion of Judah,
Please, shall we move forward? Please, let's move forward. Please, respectfully, those presenting, kindly move upstage, sorry. Farm Samson, people, please look up. Farm Priscilla, Awoke, please look up. Dr. Mrs. Olivia Watson, kindly move out. We are about to start the second session. Farm Elizabeth Obisai, please look at stage. We will also be presenting. Please, the owner of Lamp Prado, JR 74750, please, you have one someone. Thank you. JR 74750. Thank you for coming back to the second session of the AGM, which is equally important. At this time, please, shall we come, shall we settle? The graduates, now members, your seat is very vacant.
I thought.
I shall be calling on the rector of the college, Pharmacist, to give us the background on the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And yes, so once again, welcome. And thank you for staying for the scientific presentation. We are a scientific institution, so it's important that we share our scientific knowledge, which is why we are starting off this year with this. We have 4 of our colleagues who have done some work and they want to share with us and discuss with us. And then we can also make inputs on maybe some of the next steps forward. Hopefully next year we'll be having parallel sessions. Thank you. So I'll hand over and we can start. We hope that each person will finish their presentation in 10 minutes. That's the time we've given them. We said 8 to 10. If they can do it in 8, that's great. But 10 minutes, they will have finished. Then we can have our interaction, maybe another 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. So in 1 hour, 10 minutes, we should be out of here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. The first person to present is Farm Samson Kereku. Kereku. He is presenting on patient blood management, the perspective of a clinical pharmacist. He will introduce himself. Thank you. Please, a round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Samson Kereku, and I have the honor to present on the topic patient blood management, the perspective of a clinical pharmacist. I'm happy to have some of those who taught me at the West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists also present over here, and those who taught me in the faculty in KU. I am a member of the Society for the Advancement of Patient Blood Management, and then the Bloodless Medicine and Surgery Society in Nigeria, and also a member of NATA, and also a member of the World Federation of Hemophilia. I'm an independent consultant also in patient blood management. I'm trained in basic and advanced management in patient blood management from the postgraduate college in the United States. Now, I'm talking about patient blood management called PBM. PBM is something that we've not embraced in our country yet. We hope that we are going to get there. We are going to see more involvement of pharmacists in this orphan practice that has not been tapped into by pharmacists. And when I mention patient blood management, what do I mean? Patient blood management is a multidisciplinary, evidence-based, patient-centered systematic approach to management of anemia, coagulopathies, and blood conservation. And in all these, we talk about the role of the clinical pharmacist because pharmaceuticals are involved. And patient blood management also addresses the problem of anemia, blood loss, and coagulopathies. Its main objective is to improve patient outcome and reduce healthcare costs. Now, patient blood management is built on 3 main pillars. The 3 main pillars we see on the slide, one of them is optimization of red blood cell mass. The second pillar is minimization of blood loss and bleeding. And the third pillar is harnessing and optimizing the physiology reserve of anemia. We know that in all these 3 pillars, there are the use of pharmaceuticals. We are looking at the perspective of the clinical pharmacist. Now, if you look under each of the 3 pillars, they've been broken down further into what we do pre-operatively, intraoperatively, and post-operatively to manage anemia, to manage coagulopathies, and to conserve the patient's own blood. In fact, when we talk about the concept of patient blood management, we are talking about the idea that the best blood somebody can have is his own blood, not allogenic blood. Now, we come to why PBM. Now, in 2021, the WHO came out with a policy brief. That policy brief was entitled The Urgent Brief for Implementation of Patient Blood Management. In fact, in 2002, the WHO came out with a manual entitled The Guideline for the Clinical Use of Blood. Now, in 2010, at the World Health Assembly in Geneva, WHO came out with the reason why member states should adopt the patient blood management protocol or principles. And then in 2021, because most member states were not doing that, in fact, the pandemic actually moved WHO to come out with this policy brief that member states should think about adopting patient blood management. And it was because of a few reasons. One of them is that it was found out that in the world, about over 3 billion individuals have anemia, and then also they have other micronutrient deficiencies. Now, out of these, about over 600 million people are living with coagulopathies. And usually, the mainstay management is the use of organic blood. Where do we fit in as pharmacists? Now, there's an unmet need to manage and preserve a patient's own blood, as you mentioned. In lower income and lower middle income countries, the prevalence is overwhelming. For example, in Ghana, I remember one of the cases I was managing, a patient 5 years came to the clinic with AP of 5 grams per deciliter. The MO saw and decided that you should transfuse. However, if you look at the guidelines for clinical use of blood and blood products, it says that you can consider at an AB less than 5 only when the person meets certain criteria. But when we investigate further, we saw that when we took into consideration the socioeconomic factors of this child and the family, the child was only minority, and we can imagine what allogenic blood transfusion would have done to this patient if the clinical pharmacist had not intervened in the management of this case. So we see that in all these pharmacists, to a little extent, clinical pharmacists have a major role to play in the establishment and practice of patient blood management. Now, let me just go on to the advantages of patient blood management. Now, if you look at the slides, we are talking about improved patient outcome. The patient is at the center. In patient blood management, we are moving from a product-centered approach where we are looking at the use of whole blood, the packed cells, we are using the use of the FFPs and the platelets in managing some of these conditions, to where we provide a more patient-centered approach to care. Because we know that in the three key principles to evidence-based medicine, apart from protocols and the skills of the clinician, the preference and the values of the patient is also very, very important. In the UK, the General Medical Council did a research, and that showed that even though some patients will refuse the use of organic blood transfusion based on religion, a wide number of people are refusing organic blood transfusion based on safety issues and also personal concerns. Now, in Western Australia, they did a health-wide, system-wide research into the advantages of patient blood management, and this was the outcome. This was just a 5-year outcome of the implementation of patient blood management in Western Australia, as we see, which gives us the evidence of the advantages of implementation of patient blood management. If you look at research, it has shown that allogenic blood transfusion is a single contributor to increase mortality of critically ill patients. The mechanisms, I mean, we can talk about that at a later forum. But now let's look at the advantages. The economic advantages. It saves money. In fact, in the system-wide approach in Western Australia, they were able to save about $100 million in healthcare costs. Now, reduction in the unit of blood reduced by about half, about 50%. Now, if you look at the patient outcome, mortality reduced by 28%, infection rates reduced by 21%, acute myocardial infarction and then also stroke also reduced by 21%, and then length of hospital stay also reduced by 15%. And we know that all these costs will translate into cost for the patient, for the relatives, and also for the health sector. Now, I mentioned a call to implement patient blood management. And we know that patient blood management supports the 13 targeted SDGs and the SDG number 3 goals. Now, in 2021, we said WHO came out with this policy brief on the screen. The urgent need to implement patient blood management. And it will interest you to note that one of the members who actually contributed to this paper by WHO is our own Director of National Blood Service. And in 2013, when National Blood Service published the document entitled the Clinical Guidelines for the Use of Blood and Blood Products, in the page 22, they made this statement, which I have put over there, that where possible and practicable alternatives to blood transfusion, example, the use of erythropoietin should be considered, as this may help to reduce the amount of blood required and also adverse effects of blood transfusion. And so the point is that how can physicians, how can clinicians use this alternative that a National Blood Service and the WHO are talking about if they don't know? That is where the pharmacists come in. That is where the clinical pharmacist comes in handy to provide that interdisciplinary approach to care with patient-centeredness at the middle. Now, describing the stakeholders in PBM, on the left side, we see where the WHO places pharmacists, and on the right side, we see where the European Commission also places pharmacists. We see that pharmacists are described as one of the key stakeholders in the implementation of patient blood management. In fact, in the implementation of a multidisciplinary and multi-professional PBM, pharmacists have a very major role to play, and clinical pharmacists by extension. And so as a team, now, I've highlighted the traditional role of pharmacists and the role of clinical pharmacists in this slide. And we see that among the things pharmacists can do is that pharmacists introduces newer molecules into the facility, introduces newer medicines. Now, I remember in my district hospital, there's no way a medication can get onto the drug bulletin without passing to the pharmacy. No way. Not even when the medical officer has done his own medical suit. No way, it has to pass to the pharmacy. So we see the role that the pharmacist, by extension, the clinical pharmacist can play if we are able to have this training in patient blood management. Pharmacists have also served on patient blood management programs. They've served as program coordinators or clinical coordinators for these programs in other parts of the world. Now, this puts the role of the clinical pharmacist in perspective. I borrowed this slide from a presentation that was done by one of my lecturers, Professor Emeritus Ayeshanda, who is a professor in clinical anesthesiology in the US. And he gave us a diagrammatic presentation of what PBM is all about. And over here, you can see that wherever there are medicines, there are medicine utilization, there's medicine administration, pharmacists have a role to play. And we should capture that role and play it very well. So in the preoperative setting, we found out that preoperative anemia is a major contributor to a worse outcome in all surgeries. Now, what can we do to augment these patients before surgery? Usually, because we can put in, we don't bother so much preoperatively preparing the patient. But preoperative, what can we do? What will be the role of the pharmacist in preparing or augmenting the RBC mass before procedure? Intraoperatively, we are talking about blood conservation, we are talking about homeostasis, we are talking about management of hemorrhage and bleeding. What role do pharmacists play? Are we going to talk about the recommendation of the traditional medicine that we use? Or we are thinking about bringing new molecules, the role of the clinical pharmacist, where these molecules have fewer adverse outcomes and then fewer adverse events and improved outcomes. That is what we are talking about. And some of the molecules, I will talk about them briefly. So this is just something I'm trying to put together. It is not limited, it's not exhaustive, but I had just a few presentations together. So just mention a few problems we can look at. In fact, the pharmaceuticals that have been put together in patient blood management, I have coined my own name for it. I call it the practice of hemopharmacy, because it is different from hematology and it is different
about them when I move on. My population. So with the study population, I included every child on admission and inpatient who had antibiotic as on the prescription. And with the pediatric ward, the ages were from day 1 of birth to 13 years. So it covered all those age range. For the exclusion, I didn't include outpatients prescriptions. Now, my data collections was done in 2 ways. So there was a structured data collection tool, which was used to pick out the information from the medical records review. And then there was a guided questionnaire interview guide that I used to interview the prescribers of clinicians. Coincidentally, this study occurred when we were in the peak of COVID in the year 2020, from July to September. My data analysis, so for the data that I extracted from the records, I inputted into the IBM SPSS statistics version 2520, and the analysis was done. But with the interviews, what was done was that it was transcribed verbatim and then thematically analyzed. And with the ethical concentration, I sought and got approval, clearance from our IRB of the hospital, and also anonymity of data was ensured. So this slide shows us the results. So when you look at the green bars, they are indicating the various units that the study was conducted in. So my neonatal intensive care unit is the child health emergency, surgical units, and then the pediatric medical ward, as well as the babies. So with the study, I realized that during the period of study, most of the patients on admissions were male. They turn out to be majority of the patients that we had to take the information from. Now my age ranges. So my age ranges revealed that most of my participants were the neonates. They were under 1 month. And then also the weight even confirmed that, because the highest range of weight was below 4.5, which encompassed most of these neonates. Now, the antibiotic use. So this gives us a picture of the pattern of prescription that I saw. So it was revealed that cephalosporin use was happening, and the most prescribed cephalosporin was ceftriaxone. Ampicillin and gentamicin was also used a lot. This wasn't strange, since most of the patients were in their neonatal ages, and those were the drugs that we usually use for those age ranges. Now, I also looked out for the reasons that informed the antibiotic administration. And I realized that most of them were being treated empirically, not because they had confirmed that there was sepsis, but the symptoms and clinical suspicion just warranted the empirical management. Those on the surgical units were receiving the antibiotics for prophylaxis. And then also there were few who received antibiotics because of the results that it was received from culture and sensitivity. Now, according to our guidelines, usually when you want to give antibiotics, you are supposed to do septic screening. Even if we don't do it before we initiate, you take the sample, you initiate your empirical treatment, and then when you get your results, you are supposed to do what the results extract. So I wanted to find out, how is the septic screen like? I realized that most of the patients who I saw, it was just about 50% of them who even received a request for septic screen. So majority just did the empirical thing. And out of those who received the request to do the septic screen, it was just 25% of them who did it anyway. And those who did it, by the time the results came, it was just 14 out of the 193 people who were using antibiotics who had the antibiotics changed based on the results from the septic screen. Like I said, my study was in 2 parts. I wanted to know what informed the prescriber's decision. So they had a number of questions in the structured interview guide, which I administered. So with the interview, what happened was that because it was COVID, majority of the prescribers had gotten infected. Some were home. So we ended up not having face-to-face, but on phone, and some even requested for the guide in their emails and responded. So we realized that clinicians said that there was a question that looked at their perception of antibiotic use in children. Majority of them were of the view that over 50%, 64% were of the view that they think antibiotic is being abused in children. And then the section B looked at what informs choice of particular antibiotics for prescribers. I expected it to be that the septic screen, but it turned out to be suspicion of clinical symptoms. So once the symptoms indicated sepsis, they go ahead and we do our empirical thing. The section C looked at which guidelines or which resources were they often using to prescribe their antibiotics, and it turned out to be the British National Formulary. But after that, we realized that a few of them were also using the STG. The hospital had protocols, but majority were not concentrating on the protocol. And then a few of them were looking at their experience and then their superiors' practice. Now, the next thing I wanted to see is to know if the prescribers had an idea about the impact of their prescription of antibiotics on antimicrobial resistance. So one of the questions I sought out to find out how strict they thought that the regulation of antibiotics should be. And none of them agreed that there should be punitive measures, but the majority agreed that if there are antibiotic stewardship programs or measures, it will help. In conclusion, I realized that there were antibiotics prescriptions. The frequently prescribed ones are as outlined there. And then among the factors that influence choice of antibiotics, it was so clear that empirical management was the reason. And then with the clinicians part, I realized that most of them decide to do antibiotics because of suspicion of infection, which buttress the empirical approach. Now, the formula that they use, or the resource that most of them use, turned out to be the British National Formulary. And then I realized that more than 50% of our prescribers believe that when we institute antibiotic stewardship programs in the hospital, it will help manage and control the usage of antibiotics, and by that, it will prevent the emergence of antimicrobial resistance in our hospital. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, the next two presenters, Dr. Olivia from NT. Thank you.
Good afternoon to my bosses and my fellow colleagues. In less than 10 minutes, I think I can do this. My name, as she said, is Olivia Nanaya Ejekumwa Boateng. If I add Nanaya, it's too long to write it, so I didn't include it. I'm a director and head of Tobacco and Substances of Abuse Directorate. So basically what I do is to ensure that controlled substances, narcotics, precursors, psychotropics are available for medicinal and scientific purposes. And then have put in monitoring parameters to prevent diversion and abuse, like what we saw with the tramadol abuse. Then, in line with the Public Health Act 851, 2012, the Part 6, I use the tobacco control provisions to ensure that if they are compliant to the latter, prevalence of tobacco use comes down. But this afternoon, I'm going to, under 10 minutes, talk to you about what happened or how the regulator, Food and Drugs Authority, could stand the test of time and what we did or our responses to the pandemic, which bedeviled the whole globe in 2019. We woke up to the news that COVID has struck. What did we do as a regulator? So I'll give a brief background. A regulatory agency should be very agile. So what did we do in those times? Give you Ghana's situation. We had to do a lot of the supply chain, do market surveillance and safety monitoring, the communication that we did to ensure that there was a lot of fear, panic, anxiety. What did we do to calm people down? We had challenges during that time, and there were some opportunities even for the regulator and the nation as a whole. Then conclude. So the emergence of this virus demonstrated that all our health systems, especially developing, but even the developed health systems, saw that they were not adequate systems to withstand the COVID, which keeps changing its modalities and is even here still with us. Critical to the management of COVID-19 is the confidence we had in our diagnostics, medical interventions. That regulators are entrusted with ensuring that these products are part of the solution and not an element of the problem. Considering the novelty of the COVID-19 and the heightened public anxiety, we had to quickly mobilize what we had to ensure that we had what it took, that COVID and what you needed to take control of COVID was in force. These interventions not only aim to facilitate the authorization of medicines and health technologies, but to sensitize the public on disease prevention while ensuring the uninterrupted availability of medical and food supplies. For low to middle income countries such as Ghana, the regulatory pandemic response also sought to inspire local industry. So when there were lockdowns and other people were ensuring that they kept their drug supplies, we had to look in country to ensure that what we had could be able to withstand the test of time. These are three key aspects of a regulatory agility, and its facilitation of product management across the entire life cycle. So expediting medical product use, ensuring continuity of clinical trials, and then addressing safe, legitimate supply chains. Then we had to strengthen international cooperation, and we had to resort to social media, digital tools because of the lockdowns. The Ghana situation. So the efforts were multifaceted and included the following: propping the drug supply chain, and fast-tracking testing of COVID-19 medicines and test kits, active post-market surveillance, because during the same time, people also wanted to take advantage, bad people, I should say, wanted to take advantage of the system, of the so many things that we didn't know about COVID, and we're churning out all sorts of products and making claims. So we quickly had to sensitize the public on people who wanted to take advantage of these not normal times. For the supply chain, a guide was quickly developed on how to fast-track registration. Then we had to do stakeholder engagements. We brought all industry together. What the ministry had allocated for protocol for COVID, the list, we had to ensure that we had those medicines in country. Then local manufacturers and importers were informed of the necessary documentation that would be required to expedite the registration process. So when we say fast track, not to say that we were compromising on safety issues, no, but most of these medicines were medicines that we knew already. So we had to abridge the processes so that we could get the products on the market. So the EI for emergency use medical products was also instituted. This empowers the FDA to permit the application of an registered medical product in the cases of emergencies. Then this spans across medical products, drugs, test kits, sanitizers, all that we had to churn out into the system. We quickly had to work around the clock. Our timelines were reduced to even 48 hours so that we could fill what's the inadequacy that was in the system. As per the products listed for the standard treatment guidelines approved for management of COVID-19 in Ghana, at that time, the FDA took the initiative of expediting the registration of hydroxychloroquine tablets, azithromycin, for emergency use in the treatment of COVID. Test kits and other related medical devices I've already mentioned. So in line with that, GSA, Ghana Standards Authority, and FDA came together There were shortages of face masks, PPEs, so they quickly had to come together to develop guidelines and specifications that were just like the internationally accepted ones. That's how come we could do the cloth face mask and things so that it could fill in the void that we had with the shortages, because China and the developed world decided they were keeping theirs, and we had to make room for what Ghana could use locally. Market surveillance and safety monitoring. So I've already mentioned that because of what most of the things we didn't know about COVID, we had a lot of bad, or I should say recalcitrant people trying to cash in on the system. We had people saying they had medicines that could treat COVID, making all sorts of claims. So we quickly had to augment our public education to sensitize people so that they are not found victims. Then we had to enhance our pharmacovigilance system, critical in enabling prompt identification of safety concerns and the adoption of the appropriate risk minimization measures geared at the continual safe and effective use of medicines. So communication, and we had vans with automated messages, go to markets, go to public facility areas, go to public transport terminals, just to assuage people's fears about COVID and what it can do, and tell them not to engage in to adhere strictly to the safety protocols, and also publicize a list of the FDA sanitizers that we had registered, as well as the facial masks that we have registered, so that people can patronize those and not what hadn't undergone regulation. I mentioned we had challenges, and more than ever, the FDA was faced with various challenges that impacted the smooth operations of the institution. However, equally identified opportunities, including but not limited to the following: innovation within the local industry. So we even had somebody who wanted to do a ventilator. We engaged the person. Anytime we heard of any innovation, we quickly went to engage the person, but sometimes lack of funds, we didn't see the end of day for these equipment. Development and implementation of new departmental guidelines, fast-tracking the authorization of emergency use antigen antibody rapid test diagnostic kits, developed guidelines for emergency use, introduced pharmacovigilance, gathering safety data. When the vaccines were initiated, we had to come up with a lot of data because people were thinking these are safe, not safe. They hadn't been registered by FDA. All that information we churned out with frequently asked questions, something to calm people down, something to let people have confidence in the vaccine so that we can have a larger number of our population vaccinated. The situation has created a platform to debunk current and perceived negative opinions of regulatory institutions such as the FDA. Having been faced more than ever with the need for standardized, safe, and efficacious medicines and medical products, the public better appreciates and understands the need for FDA approval. So now customer service, we are rated very high because we are friendly. Then promoted inter-institutional innovation within governmental agencies and private industry. To conclude, with many regulatory measures have been introduced temporarily as a response of the COVID-19 crisis, there are opportunities for leveraging on all these interventions that we did. Regulatory agility by the Ghana FDA to COVID-19 has resulted in a more robust health system. The resulting framework is better positioned to withstand the present pandemic and future shocks on health security. Just to add that we are still doing more because COVID hasn't gone, it's with us and it's changing. So we are also trying to stay in focus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Watson, for your presentation. The last but not the least is Dr. Elizabeth Owusu-Odusei. Please spare us a minute. Slides are being copied onto the laptop.
Thompson. A round of applause for him, please. Good afternoon, my bosses. And thank you for waiting this long to listen to my presentation. My name is Elizabeth Owusu Obiseri, a clinical pharmacist of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The topic for my presentation this afternoon will be on medication adherence and contributory factors in adult sickle cell patients attending Kolebu Teaching Hospital. This is going to be my outline. Introduction, we will go through the, I'll tell you about the problem statement, key objective, this. Thank you for helping me out. Okay, so the topic for this afternoon will be on medication adherence and contributory factors in adult sickle cell patients attending clinic at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. This is going to be my outline. I'll tell you about the problem statement, key objective, description of method, then we will discuss the results. Sickle cell disease, according to WHO, is identified the prevalence of 15% of the world population. Approximately 2,000 babies born yearly have sickle cell disease, according to in Africa. And in Ghana, 2% of annual births are diagnosed with sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease has a cure, but it's very expensive and not readily available in Ghana. So patients are put on pharmacotherapy and self-management, which is essential for optimization, which is essential for their survival. Self-management is essential for optimization of pharmacotherapy. My main objective for this study was to determine the level of medication adherence and factors that affect it. And the specifics were to ascertain the prevalence of medication adherence among sickle cell patients of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and also to identify factors that affect optimal adherence. So it was a cross-sectional study done on adult sickle cell patients aged 18 and above. So they come to the adult sickle cell clinic at Kolebu, which is the Ghana Institute of Clinical Genetics. So about 120 people were sampled. The study excluded severely ill patients and pregnant women who were sickle cell patients. The data collection was done with structured questionnaire that was given to them at the OPD, and medication adherence was measured with the holistic date item adherence scale. So after collection of the data, it was analyzed using the descriptive statistics. This slide shows the results for the after taking the after collating the results of the holistic scale, date item scale. This is the results that came out. Out of the 120 questions that were given out, 107 was retrieved, and that was used for my analysis.
On the Morisky scale of 8 items, we have 0 to 8, and people were supposed to answer yes and no to the question. So when you answer no, you are scored 1, and when you answer yes, you are scored 0. So meaning when you get 0/8, you are not adherent. But when you get 8/8, you are 100% adherent. So Morisky has categorized adherence into non-adherence, no adherence, medium, and 100% adherence. And on the scale 0 to 4 means no adherence, then 5 to 6 is medium, 5 to less than 6 is medium adherence, then 8 is 100% adherence. So with the results that I obtained, about 41.1% fell below the 50% adherence. So that was 50% low non-adherence. That was very significant. And then when it translates on the point, it would be like 4 points on the Morisky scale. This slide answers my second objective. That was the contributory factors that affect sickle cell medication adherence. So there was the structured questionnaire had these questions on it that asked patients if they take other forms of medication or treatment other than their regular drugs that are given or medications that are given to them, like the folic acid, the zinc, COVID, and if they are in pain, other pain medications that are given to them. And about 35% said yes, they need other forms of treatment. Then we asked about their knowledge of the sickle cell disease. We asked about the causes, the complication, and other forms of them managing the disease themselves before they come to the hospital. And about 62.5% had adequate knowledge of the sickle cell disease. We also asked about why, if they take more than 4 or more medication, and about 72.9% said yes, they take more than 4 medication. And this is possible because they have their baseline drugs that we give to them, like folic acid, zinc, and if they are in pain, we give them pain medication. And if they are anemic, they are on blood tonic. So that accounts for about 4 drugs already. So if they have other comorbid conditions, that will also add up to it. So this is kind of polypharmacy for them, and that can contribute to medication adherence in them. We also asked about the side effects, and some said yes, they experience side effects, unlike other studies that was done, and that uh, said that those medicines that are given to them rather enhance their work. But in our study, 31.8% said they have side effects with sickle cell medication. We also asked questions about their waiting time to get their medication, and also at the consult before they get to the consultation room. So from the OPD, tracking, and to the lab before the consultation room, they said they spend about 2 hours before they go out of the hospital, and that accounted for 93% of them. This slide shows the patient's knowledge on sickle cell disease. So we asked them about the complication and also measures that they do to manage their condition before they come in. A lot of them had a way of preventing their crisis by preventing themselves from being hydrated and also avoiding cold weather. So that accounted for the 85%. So in conclusion, there was a significant non-adherence, about 41.1% among the patients surveyed. Lack of knowledge about sickle cell disease, prevalence and toxicity of treatment, common medication side effects, and challenges associated with waiting time may have accounted for the significant non-adherence that was observed in this study. The study also indicates the need for the development strategies at the institutional and practitioner level to improve adherence to sickle cell medication and associated factors can be studied in other hospitals in Ghana to confirm these findings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Odusei, for your presentation. Next on the bill is discussions. We shall be discussing their individual presentations. If there are questions, if there are suggestions, recommendations, please, we would like to hear from you. So I start with Madam Rector.
Thank you very much. I have a question or two for each of you. So maybe you can write it down when we receive other questions, then you add it and answer them for you. Yes, sir. So you gave a very interesting presentation on patient blood management, and I'd like you to maybe share with us how your association is collaborating with the National Blood Service in your drive towards increasing patient blood management. Auntie Priscilla, I would like to find out if you have shared your findings with the hospital. I know that Kolebu put in an antimicrobial stewardship program. So how do you think this program could be leveraged on to address the challenges that most of your prescribers identified? And I think one of the things that they were even ready to go for was antimicrobial stewardship programs. So how can what has been done already in Kolebu be used for your units in particular? Madam Regulator, have the learnings from all that you have done so far been documented so as to ensure maybe faster if possible and expeditious response to emergencies in the future? Because I think right now we all have come to accept that health emergencies are going to be a part of us. So what has been done to ensure that we can respond possibly faster, but definitely expeditiously to emergencies in the future? Until you say, have your findings been shared with the center? What could pharmacists do to support sickle cell management? And with your findings on the side effects, which is new from your presentation, what would you say is the way forward on effective management? Because I think in the past, it was understood that since there were no side effects, then this is definitely the way forward. But now that 31% of your respondents are saying side effects are stopping them from adhering, what do you think is the way forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Some brief, and then I'll go on to my question. If you look around, realize that the president is not around. He asked me to stand in for him for a very important activity. So I want to thank the fellows, yes, the vice president. So I want to thank you very much. It's very encouraging that you stayed on and you are listening to the presentations, and we really appreciate. I think these are some of the things that we need to do. Important scientific work, publishing in our journals, disseminating, to make impact in the system. So we really appreciate the fellows. I can see some very senior people, waiting to participate in this session. Thank you very much. You got a beautiful gray beard.
And now I go on to the first presentation. Very innovative, very interesting. So I was having a side conversation with Prof. Mahama. Wanted to find out where you work and whether you are implementing this innovative, if you say, program, over there. Second thing, and some of us are willing to help, it's a new area, and I'm sure many people, many of us probably doesn't even know about it. So there'll be the need for some CPD. We're talking about the role of pharmacists, and even pharmacists do not know about this innovative. So there will be the need for some CPD. So if you can develop some modules around that, some of us can look at it for you, especially pharmacists who are working in that space, in the space of hematology, etc., etc. And then the next thing that I also have in mind, all recommendations, is also some level of advocacy, particularly in the teaching hospitals and the facilities that have the capacity, have the products and the capacity to implement as such. Once it's been found to improve patient health outcomes, etc., I'm sure there will be the need for some advocacy. And then also, if it is well thought through, perhaps you could also try some pilots and some implementation in some of these areas. And that's probably a way also, to bring this in. And I don't know if you have already published this in the Ghana College Journal. If it's not, I encourage you to do a write-up. That's a first step towards educating health professionals about patient blood management. So if you haven't done that, I encourage you to do that, or other peer review journal. Now to, is it Priscilla? Yes. One of my favorite students in the past, isn't it? Excellent. Okay, so Priscilla, I also want to find out, your work is interesting, is of interest to the antimicrobial, resistance coordinating committee. Very interesting. So I don't know if you can put together a policy brief. Usually it's 1 page, all right, about the work that you did at Colombo, some of your findings, some possible recommendations, because some of them also tie in. If you haven't read the national policy, I encourage you to read that and see how, where your work actually fits, and that will help you with the policy brief. And if you have done this presentation to the antimicrobial stewardship team, because I know we have one at Confirmation for a more dispassionate discussion, of the issues, because you need to understand some of the gaps. There may be some reasons for that. And if you do that, I'm sure you get. And in so doing, you will strengthen antimicrobial stewardship. And this is critical in pediatric health. You use the word abuse of I don't think it's abuse, it's overuse. All right, and it's because you know how, maybe very strong antimicrobial stewardship program with the buy-in of all of the others. So such can be a good discussion, and then you could take it over from there, and then you can strengthen antimicrobial. And if you also haven't published in our journal, all right, this would be a good story to put together and publish in the journal. Madam Dr. Olivia Watting. Your story was quite interesting. CNDC has been worrying me to put together a non-scientific, interesting, health-related, something that would be very good for the public health and all of that. I think if you do a story like that, I'm sure he'll be very happy. Maybe you can talk to him, later on. What he doesn't like is the too scientific stuff, but very interesting, yeah, am I speaking your mind? You want to add?
Prof, you have spoken my mind very well, and I use this opportunity to invite, if you just send me a word version of your presentation, the July edition of my publication. My publication it's a monthly free online publication called Health and Development News. I publish every month religiously and timeously, and it is distributed free of charge And the idea is to provide a platform for health professionals such as you to dialogue with your stakeholders, your peers, and your clients. And this is a very interesting public interest publication. I assure you, if you just send me the word version of your presentation, or maybe you can just put a little bit powder on the food, maybe you like powdering. And then I can assure you if I get it today, tomorrow, it will appear in the July edition.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful form of dissemination scientific way. Yes.
Senior Jesse, please, one of the reasons Olivia is here today is because she submitted this work to the journal. The journal has not been published. So she is unable to share it before the journal comes out.
No, he doesn't want the scientific write-up.
Prof, please, when the journal comes out and there is a story to be told from it, then that one comes.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, you may now answer questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Rector, your question was about whether we've engaged NBS, National Blood Service. In fact, my first engagement with the Director General of Ghana National Blood Service was in January 2016. So we've been dialoguing on this issue. In fact, after the publication of the National Guidelines for the Clinical Use of Blood and Blood Products, we started talking about some of these things. But you see, one of the things I wanted to talk about the barriers is the culture of change. It's difficult. It's because we have been taught to believe that blood is life, and that without that you die. In fact, if you look at the MBS document entitled the consent and refusal of blood transfusion, they stated categorically that they cannot guarantee the outcome of transfusion. In fact, most of us over here have not seen that document before, because pharmacists are not interested or they are not involved in chemotherapy. But you see that we have a long way to go. Talking about National Blood Service, I thought that what can we do as pharmacists? We have to position ourselves first before we be able to attack. Without anything under our arsenal, it will be very difficult. So one, I'll give an example. An example is that we've been taught that if an HB is below 6 transfusions, the guideline says that if it's a child, it is below 5 transfusions. But I was in court the last time as an expert witness on some of these issues, and the lawyer who was cross-examining me was also a doctor. But it appeared that he didn't understand the protocol. Because the protocol is that you transfuse at an HB below 5 if the person has these clinical signs. And in the clocking in the folder, the patient didn't exhibit all these things. The person was not in respiratory distress, the person was not going into respiratory failure, the person was not into cardiac distress. So what was the basis for recommending the transfusion? Because the doctor doesn't know what to do. What pharmaceuticals are you going to give to them? Now, where the NBS mentioned the use of the ESAs, the thrombosis stimulating agents, the point is that the ESAs response is not dependent. And outside the use in chronic renal failure, it's difficult for us to pinpoint our knowledge on dosing and utilization of these, whether we do SC or we do IV. What is the advantage of one over the other? That is where the problem is. The second problem is that we know that if you use the ESAs, it is going to cause either absolute or functional iron deficiency. And so you have to ensure that there is a functional iron in circulation. Now, you will talk about the use of the oral iron, but let us not forget that in the absorption of oral iron, the receptor that it is calling for, the DMT1, the divalent metal receptor 1, is not sensitive only to iron. It's also sensitive to other heavy metals. So if you have heavy metals in the intestines, the absorption of iron is going to be impaired. If you look at the work of
inflammation. You know that in inflammation, there's a production of liver hepcidin, and liver hepcidin regulates the metabolism of iron. And so, pharmacists, where do we play? Where do we fit ourselves in this role? Let us not forget that in inflammation, there's the production of tissue necrosis factors, which also affect the metabolism of iron. And so, as pharmacists, we can't go to NBS without having an arsenal under our pocket. We have to educate ourselves. We have to be up to the task. In fact, I like the point number 13 of the Code of Ethics for Ghana Health Service, which says that the healthcare professional is going to improve in his knowledge and skill. And we have to do that. Now, fast forward to the use anemia, augmentation of RBC mass and all that. If you talk about the management of hemorrhage, homeostasis, I mean, the mainstay is the use of HPPs. Now, research has shown that PCC, which is protein complex concentrate, is more superior in the reduction of INR from 3.5 to 1.5. PCC can reduce INR by 30 minutes from 3.5 to 1.5. And you're going to need more volumes, more units of FFPs. So if you're managing hemorrhage, what has FFP got to do with it? Pharmacists will not position ourselves. So the doctor will say, let's transfuse, and you follow and say, let's transfuse. So that is why we are saying that pharmacists need to position ourselves. And that with some of these training, either CPDs from as a postgraduate certificate, diploma, and other things, it will help. Yes, and then about the engagement of teaching hospitals. In fact, I've engaged the pharmacists in Cape Coast Teaching Hospitals. I've met the transition committee of Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. I've met the CEO, Dr. Njedu, very fine man. I've met the medical director, Dr. Lai. I've met the medical director of Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Professor Ali Samba, and then the transition committee of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And the point is that because these pharmaceuticals are not readily available, pharmacists are not able to play the role they play. And in playing the role, we should ensure that they are available because we introduce new molecules. Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll talk about that some other time.
Thank you very much. So my very first question was, have I shared this with the department? Coincidentally, just when I was done with this work, I was moved out of pediatrics to infectious disease. So I'm now trying to liaise with my boss there to have this disseminated at their morning meetings. But then how it will impact our antibiotics stewardship program. So now what I've done is that, fortunately for me, I have colleagues, including myself, as part of that team. So I have communicated with them orally, but we've not really met to look at the nitty-gritties. But what I was looking at doing first was to do a dissemination at our morning meetings at pediatrics, so that those who were, where the information was coming from, they'll be aware there's something like this before I start working on it in the hospital. But that will happen very soon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to add that, Senior Jesse, I have others. I'm currently doing a write-up on tobacco use, the culturally acceptable use of tobacco in the northern region, where we've been able to engage the chiefs. In fact, it's being presented as a staple, as a dowry. But because of the health implications, we've been able to engage them, and they are going to substitute that presenting tobacco as a dowry with money or any other alternative form. So I'll touch base with you and give you those non-scientific write-ups. I do those ones a lot. Then, Madam Rector, you wanted to find out if we documented. Yes, for a regulator, everything has to be on paper before you even start working. So all the guidelines, the pharmacovigilance plan, the emergency use, everything is documented. And we are going to take this as a journal. And then we also have simulated preparedness during emergencies. And we have all that in the report. So I think we are ready should any such thing happen. Thank you.
My very first question was wanted to know if I have shared my findings with the hospital. Yes, I have. I trust Dr. Franklin, who is my supervisor, is also the head of research unit at Kolebu. He has it, and I forwarded it to my legal
the director of pharmacy. So we need to also have it. Then what I will do, or pharmacy should do, to help bridge the gap of non-adherence. So I think it's all about education. Uh, Most of the patients that I survey have adequate knowledge of education. So it is we as a pharmacist should have to educate the patients and the caregivers and all the family support so that this is a disease for it's with them forever. So it affects their life. So if you have family support and others who will help encourage them about the disease, it helps. So as a pharmacist, we should spend time with them because most of them thought we don't have time with them when we can just give their medications to them and that's it. If we have a time with them to counsel them about the disease, the cause of it, they will understand that it is part of them. They need to be on their folic acid and others that will help them to maintain their blood levels to prevent complications of sickle cell disease. Then the third question was about the side effects of their medication. Yes, for folic acid, we all know that folic acid is water-based, so it doesn't really have a lot of side effects. And they take zinc, which has other, it's a multivitamin, so it has iron and other things. So people take it when they experience either diarrhea or constipation, and they claim those things are the side effects of the medication. And those on treatment, like hydroxyurea and other medications, for now it's hydroxyurea, and I'm very grateful the government is putting it on health insurance now, which is the current news, because it will help them because it's expensive. So we started giving to them for free, but now they have to buy, and most of them can't afford it. So with that, they have a lot of side effects. With other medication they take even for their pain, like the opioids, so they term it as side effects. And as a pharmacist, what we can do is to advise them. And with the opioids, we can give counter drugs that will solve their side effects, like laxative, so that the anticipated side effects of constipation will be taken care of. When we are educated as part of their medication, they need it, the benefits will outweigh the risks, and with that, they will understand and take it with faith. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Harry Abitiante has a question.
Thank you very much. I'm excited about the presentations that you've made so far. It shows that we have a future in the products of the college. And also, we who are listening are learning a lot from you. Thank you very much. I'm excited especially about the presentation of the sickle cell disease. With the high level of numbers that we have of people living with sickle cell, I want to know if any work is being done with any herbs or fruits in Ghana to try to alleviate the situation. As other, I believe we can cure it or we can control it for now. What are we doing? And this is maybe something to the academia. What is happening? Have we approached or have we done some work using the local herbs? I know, for example, that Nigeria came out with cyclavate, which is made from a broad bean, which was even being used at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital sometime. But now we don't use it because they are not producing it again. But maybe we can get a cue from there and see if we can work something out for our people. So then, talking about your presentations, I want to excite you again by going further to come to the FIP meetings in future, because there you meet people like you and even younger people who are making fantastic presentations, their findings, which will, you learn from them, they also learn from you. And then from there, I guess you can connect with some very important professors and lecturers who can help you to even get more information on some of the work you are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to associate myself with the commendation, the commendations from Uncle Harry. In fact, we were discussing it. So I am advised to associate myself with that. And then secondly, you mentioned fruits and those kind of, if you like, food supplements. That's one area I also want to talk about. And Priscilla, I'm here to see in the publication on, if you like, post-market surveillance, as far as the effect of some of these food supplements are concerned, and food and that's what is said. Those probiotics, prebiotics, immune boosters, and all that, I think it's time for us to, to follow up how they are actually, their claims are doing and their impact on, our patients, as far as antimicrobial stewardship is concerned. I think it's a good one. Thank you.
It's again on the sickle cell. Sorry to be picking on you, but I think it's a good thing you've done. But my question is, are we providing adherence counseling services in the sickle cell clinic? We did that with HIV right from the onset. So if you do a research and you are reporting to us, we know that something went into it. Now with these results, are we going to offer the services? Will it change the way we operate with regards to this particular group of patients? It's important. And that is the only way you can affect, the general response to adherence. And then, I don't know, but we could also look at whether they report at their scheduled periods, because that is also part of adherence. So continuing from there, I think you should focus. Once you've done something in an area, focus and grow in the area and influence the outcome of the management of sickle cell patients. More so now that we are getting new drugs to manage them. I think it's a good thing. Congrats.
Is any more questions? Okay, thank you. Also, so we have come to successful end of the part two. I would like to call on Madam Rector for some announcements. Thank you.
So before announcements, to say a big thank you for staying and for sharing. I think it's been exciting. And the comments, I believe, now we have openings to publish non-technical scientific information dissemination articles. So please, if you have anything like that, you know where to go. And we've learned a lot, and I'm sure that the discussions we've had are going to affect or impact the practice of all the presenters here, and even our practice as well. So thank you very much for staying and for participating. But tomorrow is day 2. Tomorrow we are having our business session, and we are meeting at our lecture hall tomorrow. Tomorrow we are not coming here. We are meeting at our lecture hall. And Ministry of Health the old Ministry of Health building. The ministry has moved to the place near NHIS, and we've got a place in the old Ministry of Health building, just above the post office, above the ministry's post office. That's where we are meeting tomorrow. We are meeting at 9 o'clock. Please, we are meeting at 9 o'clock. Please, it is 9 o'clock. Today, the chairman of council was here before 9. He got here around 8:30, and we had to wait. Please, we want to start at 9. Then we can do a lot, have a lot of our discussions, and still close early enough to have the rest of the day to do other things. So please, let's try and make it 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. And to say also that the journal, the next edition is coming out. I'm sure you have seen it at the back of your brochure. The next edition is coming out. But, you know, it's a journal. So we are open for articles all year round. Bring your articles. We start the review process so that it may not come in the very next edition, but the subsequent ones, it will come once you meet all the strict requirements of our peer reviewers and our editorial committee. So once again, thank you very much for coming. And I think I will ask our MC to give us our final closing prayer, and then we go. Thank you.
Thank you. I did sing to the other part. Sorry, please, we are laughing. Our gracious Lord, we are grateful to you for a fruitful deliberation that will impact on the knowledge of the college and the country as a whole. We ask for your presence as we leave here. May you carry us home safely, and when we get to our homes, we shall give you all the praise and adoration, and bring us here safely again tomorrow. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Thank you all for coming. God bless you. Please, time for. Okay, so those